The world is not enough. Vangelus was not detained at the border. The stream will proceed as intended. I'll get the funny bits, I'll get the jokes out of the way, all right? Because I want to keep the vibes kind of like whoo, you know, kind of ha. So I'll get the dark jokes out of the way. Number one, I am very relieved that the process of flying direct from Toronto to LAX meant that going there I did customs in Toronto, and coming back I did customs in Toronto. There was something relieving about that, especially when I was on my way back to LAX for my return flight, and while on the way there read in my phone all about the freshest detained person at the border. That made me tug at the collar a little bit. Anyway, hi everybody. Let me scroll up for a second. Say hello to all the names I see. JT Elm, Sideswipe Prime, Simeon Scott, Ben Walters, Eve Tronia, Cliff, Zero, Shane, Tom Bot, Oma Ender. I get Cliff yet? Yeah, I got Cliff. Cliff again. Long was here. Shia. Student Scissors. John Thomas Jones. Scorp. Oh, it jumped. Rexodus. V Rider. Mozotron. Cars in Space. Griff. Hello all. Mozotron, you're at Toronto Comic Con. I hope it's fun. Alexis Silver, hello. Toronto Comic Con and Breakout Con are both happening this weekend, and I'm too goddamn tired. And I'm kind of bummed out, but It's good to hear there was some blockies action at Toronto Comic Con. Last time I went was, I think some years ago. I got a press badge, and I was literally not able to make anything out of my trip there downtown because, like, there was nothing going on of interest to me. I filmed a bunch of stuff, and it was useless B-roll. So I was like, maybe I'll just learn about Comic-Con from other folks. Breakout Con is a tabletop and board gaming convention. It's $40 at the door because you get access to gaming tables and whatnot. If I was just a little bit more peppy, maybe I got if it's still on, I got a friend's doing a movie night gathering tomorrow night, so I'm gonna be kind of busy tomorrow too. Today I was just, the whole week ever since I got back. I don't think I'm sick, at least not outwardly, but I have just been, post-con depression, post-con malaise, fatigue, etc. So I was just kind of out of it. Mosdron was not financially ready for it. It was a last-minute thing your brother took you to. But no, if you walked out with blockies, then hell yeah. Talking about, we had a tornado scare. Dang. I hope everything is okay up there. Cars in Space, you are my favorite Canadian breakdown voice actor. Thank you so much. I had to eat the other one in the womb. All the usual characters are here except for trans. I mean, Catherine Salamander may just be busy. People got things going on Saturday nights, and so do I, and so do you all, because that's what we're doing right now is a thing. JTL, how many of y'all got... That's why I was a little bit, like... I was wondering if my fatigue was just the onset of a post-con sickness, because a bunch of y'all came back with, like, a little bit of the oomph. Does the audio sound a bit off? Shia. Let me know if the audio sounds a bit off to you all. Maybe something got tweaked wrong. Let me... That looks like it's the right mic. Okay, hello, Lee. Yeah, Shia, maybe do an F5, see if it's the stream being funny. Sky Seiyu, hello! Why does Computron not get love? I mean, Craftsman Toys, they're giving some love to a little Computron. Isn't Bingo or whatever they're called doing a Computron as well? It feels like Computron's just kind of like creeping in again in the unofficials. Oh, Astromotive, thank you, yeah. Right there. Yeah, I got a background hum because I got my fan running because, like, the temperature has gone all the way up to 10 degrees Celsius, which means if I don't run a fan, I'll just start pouring sweat. And I already will, probably, anyway. I apologize, by the way, for my disheveled appearance. I have been just very out of it since I got back. So, just don't look at me. Did you hear about my misadventure with the burst pipe in your kitchen? No. Did it cease bursting? I hope so. If not, you should fire it. Ben Walters, did you find any Age of the Primes? No, I went to Dufferin Walmart on Tuesday, and there was nothing. They betrayed me. I haven't been back since Tuesday, so there might be stuff there now. But I have pre-orders from GameStop Canada on The Fallen, Solus, and Prima. And The Fallen, I haven't been called yet, but according to GameStop Canada, they have The Fallen and Only Wasp in stock now. So, I don't know. What a great month for me to have not pre-ordered much, because if I pre-ordered the whole first wave, and it all came in this month, when I already paid for my TFcon LA stuff, I would crumple into a little ball, and I'd be in a bad place. Monetarily. Treebot, hello. You got a recap with our McDonald's shenanigans. Oh, I never got footage off Toy Guy of when I was like, yeah, I was trying to work one of those, like, basically I was tagging along with some people who need to get some food, and for allergy reasons that was the safest place to go. And then I was trying to work the big stupid screen, and it didn't work, and at one point I just went like, I love you, and then the screen turned on. So, I plied it with my wiles and my ways. Yeah, Cliff, I saw, like, there's a lot of, it sounds like a lot of stuff in the States will be out on Saturday. Who knows what that means for Canada? There, in the Discord, I forgot who, I apologize. Someone, I think it was in there, someone posited a theory. Perhaps everything just shipped to warehouses the moment all of the tariff dice rolls began, to try to get ahead of anything that goes bad. So, I think I had offhandedly said way back, like, well, they say it's out in May, so I bet it's out in March. So, pat in the back for good old Nostra Vangelus. Homa Ender, I finished the Chemi cards. Thankfully, bootleggers made plastic ones. Whoa. Bootleg chemicals. I love it. Yeah, okay, so all the emails are popping up all over the place. Friggin' the Necronomicus Mythic Legions showed up as well. Like, it's everything in March, I guess. GT Elm Tariffs mentioned, take a shot. Yeah. Just wait till you see my de-stressor panel. Yeah, Alexis Silver, I saw a bunch of Fractured Friendship at Dufferin Toys R Us over here, too. I think the price was even not that bad for Toys R Us. They only marked it up like $10. Like, they mark everything up at least $10, but, like, when that's on something that was already pricey, it feels less worse than, like, $55 Voyagers. Say Fractured Friendship 5 times fast. Wait, is this a trick? Do I just have to say Fractured Friendship 5 times fast? Or do you want me to say Fractured Friendship, Fractured Friendship, Fractured Friendship, Fractured Friendship, Fractured Friendship? Yeah, Mosatron, I mean, GameStop in Canada, at least, like, they get toys in a very weird way. So, I'm, like, not... I wasn't, like, expecting it, but I also wasn't too agog at the site that they got a deluxe in. It's funny that it's Wasp. $100 for 50 a Voyager. Yeah, the Fractured Friendship's 100 Canadian at Toys R Us. I think it was like 90 at GameStop. So yeah, it's like a $10 markup. It's where we at with Mr. Sunrise who runs it, Mr. HMV Sunrise. What from the first wave of Age of the Primes are we looking forward to the most? Personally, I'm looking forward to my pre-orders, which was Fallen, Prima, and Solus, just because they're the toys that feel the newest. So they felt like the ones I was the most excited to, like, get in hand. Everything from Wave 1, I think, will just be around for a while, so I'm not in a rush. I said that, by the way, about Legacy Evolution, and thus never saw Hotshot or Needle Nose in my entire life, except, like, once. So I don't have those. And so maybe that'll happen to me again with, like, Armada Red Alert, but... You know, can always swing back around. I need to just be louder about the things I don't have, because every time I mention stuff, it'll be like, oh, I had an Armada Hotshot I sold for super cheap. You should have just said something. So I'm saying stuff! I'll try to say more. Should I make a list and, like, put it somewhere? I don't know. The things I skipped, but I also don't want to pay much for. Because whenever I just say, like, oh, I missed this, people are like, oh, I can get you one for retail and ship it to you for $15. I'm like, no, that's specifically not what I want to do. Are there any 13 Primes release other than Vector? No, Vector's the only one that, like, popped out early, to my knowledge. What I need is a P.O. box. Well, yeah, I don't know, I feel weird. I don't know why I feel weird about a P.O. box, because literally everyone does it now. But maybe I should, I don't know. It would be in Canada. Once upon a time, the idea was, like, set up a P.O. box in the States so people can send stuff there, and, like, now that's a real funny idea. But yeah, I wanted to talk about my TFcon LA experience from top to bottom. I did want to mention, as far as media coming from TFcon LA, I am in position to edit 4 panels, so I have my 2 panels. I have all the footage from the YouTuber panel, so I'm probably just going to edit it. I'm not sure if I'm the one who will be putting it up or not, but since I have everything, I'm just going to try to make it a quick edit. I was able to, thanks to, I don't know, well, no, I'll credit usernames. I think that's okay. Thanks to Sideswipe Prime, I was able to get an alternate angle on the tracksuit bit that Jobby and Kellen did, so that will actually be more viewable. The YouTuber panel, it will open basically with a shot of me in paper plane for the first few minutes, because the camera was still set up for a shot of me and Aaron from the panel before, and it took a little bit longer than Evan thought to get back. You also see half of TJ, so the opening of the YouTuber panel will be a little bit like voices off screen. So, you know, bear that in mind. Maybe I'll just make a little actual vocal intro for it to explain that. Otherwise, I suspect, like, at least, like, you know, a few hundred people may go, like, where the hell is everybody else? Because people don't like to fast forward in videos. They just like to go to the comments. I think I talked to someone who was walking around with Quentin reviews at the very end of Sunday when I was hitting the artist alley, but I wasn't sure, and there were 15 minutes left in the show, and I really wanted to hit the artist alley, so I didn't want to go like, excuse me, are you? So I did not meet or possibly even see Quentin reviews, but someone who definitely resembled him But I'm not sure if Quentin is actually like tall or short, because I don't know anymore with people. So I didn't want to like sidetrack too much. 'Cause I figured everyone was trying to get stuff done. I'm Mike Wazowski to well, no, I mean, well, if Mike Wazowskiing is partial on screen, then yes, because also there were like 3 or 4 other people completely off screen for the first few minutes. Quentin reviews of 800-hour-long iCarly videos fame, the stuff that myself and lots of other people watched during lockdown while doing arts and crafts, because what the hell else were we going to do? He's bigger than Kian. That's the thing, though, is I'm taller than Kian, so it's hard. I'm in the median, so I don't know how to tell. At least I think I'm tall. Either I'm taller than Kian, or I've just been grossly overestimating every time I've spoken to him. And yeah, I mean, for people who don't know, Toy Guy is extremely tall, which is another funny one, I think, when people discover that. Treebot is taller. Treebot is tall. For some reason, I thought Treebot was Kian tall. So, it's... Dekun, hello. Oh, the toy maker is the thumbnail. That's why I'm here. I haven't heard a lot of reactions to it being the show. So, yeah, I missed the panel because of timing. So I bought 2 copies of it and got them both signed up. One of them is for a friend who asked me to pick them up a copy. But I have not yet had a chance to actually, like, properly read through it. When I went for dinner on Friday, Kian had a copy and I flipped through it and it looked gorgeous. But I was not able to see Kian's second panel. I saw the deleted scenes panel. I mean, I'm 6'1", so how tall is tall? Oh, that is tall. Yeah, Toy Guy is over 6'1". Toy Guy has powers, as does Treebot. Treebot is over 6'7". So anyway, we're you know, it comes and goes with every era, but we always, in the YouTube Transformers space, we always introduce incredibly tall people every now and then. I remember back in the day, it was Rimfire and Eros 1 were the two guys who looked like they were built to hurl humans through walls. So like when you were walking around with the both of them, it was like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen. But yeah, I am myself, like, now I can't remember if I'm 5'9" or 5'10", but I'm just tall enough to be taller than a bunch of people while still looking shorter than a bunch of people. Apparently in streams, I think someone told me I look taller in person than I look like right now here. So, my powers are working. And, yeah, Rimfire. Rimfire and Eros 1 side by side was just such a sight to behold. Just walking around with just like two powerhouses. But yeah, I'm just average human height tall. You gain about 5. Yeah, I do grow 5 centimeters every time I like have a conversation with someone for more than 5 minutes. It happens. Toy Guy, we're talking about you being tall. Anyway, I will start my stories with my travel day, which was Thursday, where lots of things went, we'll call them wrong. I'm not going to say it was a catastrophe, but it was kind of freaky. First thing that happened, and you saw the new Vox shredding, hopefully, that went up while I was at TFcon. So I got I mean, this is oh, woe is me, whatever, but this is part of the story. I was sent the Defender Wave 2 by Blockies, and then had been asked, like, hey, I don't know if you noticed, a lot of people's videos went up on Friday. So I was asked if I could be part of that. And I was like, I'm sure I can handle that. So I filmed everything, and then while I was waiting in the Toronto airport, well, I had about 2 hours to wait, because I like to get there early for international flights, even though I had no check luggage. I did a lot of the busy work editing, just like lining up all the footage, syncing all my audio, getting everything ready for a nice, chill edit on the plane, because I had gotten one of the nice seats up front. I was in an exit row seat, which meant on Porter, the exit rows and a few of the seats in the front, but not first 4 rows, have extra leg room. If you're in the exit rows, you can't have anything in the seat in front of you on takeoff or landing, though, which is fine. It's just a little bit annoying. So when I checked in, I moved my seat from exit row to like row 5, and on the left side where I know I won't pinch a nerve, because sometimes if I'm on the side where the wall is to my right, I can pinch a nerve in my left shoulder a little bit. And so I try to be able to lean this way instead. So I did that. While I'm waiting at the gate, about an hour before the flight, all of a sudden I was one of the ones called up to the front, and they said, oh, we're moving you behind the exit rows because we have a weight imbalance. I've never had this happen to me before. Porter is the best Canadian airline you can, like, objectively. I don't say that lightly. They are the best Canadian airline to use, period, right now. So I was like, oh man, I basically said, do I at least get a refund on the extra charge for the extra legroom? And they're like, oh yeah, you will. And I'm like, okay. Well, that sucks, because they put me in a seat that was directly behind the one that I had originally in the exit row, and since it was about a weight imbalance causing potentially the nose to dip down too much, if I hadn't switched my seat, I would have just had my extra legroom. So I was kind of like, well, that's on me, egg on my face. So I didn't have extra legroom, but I got in there early enough. My seatmate, who also got moved back, he saw me trying to stuff my backpack in the seat in front of me, and he was like, do you want me to put that above too? And I'm like, do you think anyone will mind? He was like, the crowd hasn't gotten on yet. We both got moved back. I think we should just put all of our bags up in the overhead and get the legroom. And I was like, you know what, my brother, you are correct. So I handed him my bag, he put it up there, and I had legroom for the whole flight. I had Wi-Fi still, so I was able to flip around on my phone the whole time, and once we took off, I went to the overhead to grab my water and my snack. I had made pork belly sandwiches to take on the plane with me, so I had one of those on the flight. One of the best parts about Porter is when you're on a 5-hour, 6-hour flight, which is cross-country, right? Basically cross-country to either BC or LA. You get 2 times a free drink and a free snack. And the drink can be like beer or wine. I never do it because I just don't like those on planes. But I was able to get me a can of Coke Zero, which was nice both times. I got a shortbread cookie both times, had my water bottle halfway through the flight, had my pork belly sandwich halfway through the flight. It worked out, right? And they also give you free Wi-Fi, and if you sign up as a Porter member, which is free, you have it for the whole flight. If you don't, you have it every 30 minutes, and you have to watch another ad. There's a heavy implication of, like, just make an account during the 30 minutes so you don't have to watch another ad. So I was on Discord the whole flight and just chatting with people. Things got kind of kooky when I landed, because I landed, and I was like, they're like, you can de-airport mode now, or airplane mode now, while we're taxiing. I'm like, all right, hooray, number 1, we landed. That's good. Number 2, I'll flip off airplane mode. Huh, funny, I'm still in SOS. I ended up spending nearly an hour at LAX trying to figure out why I had no signal, because the plan I am on always has had roaming. And so whenever I land in the States for the last 10 years, I just turn it on and I connect, and then I'm roaming and I'm good to go. LAX is not near Burbank Airport, which is where the hotel is across the street from. So I was getting a little concerned. I did know from some Discord interactions that there was a contingent of TFcon staff on a flight that would be arriving about an hour or 2 after mine. So while I'm trying to figure all this out, I sent them a message as well for whenever they landed. Basically, like without self-doxing too much, I'm on a shared plan. Part of a business plan that my mom and I have been on for like a decade, because incorporateds, and it at the time worked out to be cheaper. So I was also calling her on Facebook Messenger, the only VoIP contact I had with any friends or family outside of Discord channels. And we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on, because we're both logging into the account page trying to go like, okay, can I manually add a travel option? And it's literally would pop up with like, you do not have access to roaming travel options. And I was like, well, that's wrong. So I was sort of piecing together a plan of action, because I was clinging to LAX Wi-Fi the whole time as my only way of interacting with the outside world, aside from those around me. For those who haven't been to LAX, there's a whole different parking lot you have to go to for ride shares and taxis called the LA Exit. So about 45, 50 minutes in, I was like, okay, I've been here for like nearly an hour. I don't want to be here till like midnight. I'm going to go to the LA Exit. Hopefully they have Wi-Fi. If they do, I can get a lift and then be cut off from the entire world during the near probably 1 hour lift ride, which would be a bummer, because I don't like the idea of not being able to contact anyone while on a long ride share in a foreign country. Call me paranoid a little bit. And then if there was no Wi-Fi, it would be, well, I guess I'll just, eat a fist up the mouth and get a taxi to Burbank, pay like half my dealer room funds most probably, and also potentially get kidnapped while having no contact to the outside world during the long drive. So thankfully, the TFcon contingent I was aware of landed while I was on the shuttle going to the LA exit, which did have Wi-Fi. So I was able to contact them and say, hey, can I head there with you all? Can we like split an Uber or something, whatever you're doing? I can wait here as long as is necessary. So thankfully, I was able to get to the hotel with people in a way that felt relatively safe. And I was kind of wired at that point. I got to the, basically, I was originally going to get to the hotel probably between like, let's say 10 to 11, depending how I got there. My original plan was to take the flyaway bus to Van Nuys and then do like a ride share from there. But like with no cell signal, I was like, I don't even know, like I don't know if the Wi-Fi is gonna like be stable enough for me to get a ticket for the thing with their app. I don't necessarily take for granted that my credit card is gonna tap properly in America. So lots of reasons why I was like a little stressed that day. So I was wired when I got in. I got into my room probably about like quarter after midnight. Called, did another Facebook Messenger call to my mom to go like, hey, I did not die. And trying to again like talk a little bit, figure out what's going on. And then I was wired, so I was like, well, I guess I'll edit that Blockies video. Got most of the edit done. Around 2:30 in the morning, I started falling asleep at the desk, so I was like, time to lie down and sleep. So I did that, woke up, finished the Blockies video, and posted it. And then got a message from my mom, so called her on Facebook Messenger. Then got some messages in text as well. Basically, we figured out what happened because humans were available again. And apparently our provider just decided to take roaming off our plan without telling us, which was interesting. So I got roaming back for the weekend at least. Had to do a manual select of a provider. I did that back in the early 2010s through till about 10 years ago. That's how I would get Wi-Fi whenever I would take like a megabus down south. So that all worked out and I had signal again, which was nice. If I didn't get signal back, it was fine because at that point I was at the hotel. My whole plan was to basically poke people to go like, who's going to LAX on Monday and who can I tag along with? So on Friday, I started the day a little bit chipper, a little bit more put together, a little bit more connected. I got the Blockies video done. That did set me back from finishing all my panels in time, so I was still working on panel presentations throughout the weekend. I'm going to take a sip. Simeon Scott, I don't know what it was like in 2016, but to get to the LA exit, you now have to go out of the terminal and go to the green-colored pillar and wait for a shuttle there. Only the green-colored pillar. There are about 400 different colored pillars. I'm exaggerating, but there are a lot. Armored Phalanx. Telus did the same thing to me a while back. Removed, changed the roaming without warning. Yeah, the whole time, by the way, while I was in LAX, talking to my mom, talking to other people, we were just trying to figure out what happened, and because of the era that we live in, I was like, is Bell just like, is this trade war nonsense? I think I messaged in the Discord at one point or somewhere else going like, hey, I'm not joking. Did a satellite explode? I'm just curious. I don't have any reason to think that a satellite exploded. I'm just trying to figure out why I can't get signal. Because while I was in the air, apparently a SpaceX rocket did explode and affect some air travel, but on a different vector of the country, not the one I was in. What about the chartreuse pillar? I mean, I don't mess around unless I got business. I don't want to start poking around in someone else's chartreuse, as the saying goes. But yeah, you have to get on a shuttle bus to go to this massive parking lot they set up, where all of the ride shares are supposed to go, where all the taxis are supposed to line up, etc. What a time to be alive, yeah. So anyway, on Friday, I tried out the little where the bar is. In the morning, it's set up as a little coffee shop. So I was like, I'm going to try an Americano. And I was looking at the sandwiches. I noticed the price of all the sandwiches. I noticed their appearance. And I was like, I will not be getting one of these sandwiches. Because also, every single price is in American dollars. And right now, the conversion rate is about 1.49 to the Canadian dollar. So basically, any price I saw in America, I had to add 50% to get the Canadian price. So I was like, I don't think that there is any way that this wrinkled little croissant is remotely worth 7 to 9 American dollars, that being 10.50 to 12 Canadian dollars. So I was a little put off about that. An Americano is just a form of coffee. In Canada, some places are doing the thing, changing the name to the Canadiano, which is like some freedom fries type stuff. I'm like, I get it. This is a little bit high school for me. But I had brought with me about 20 breakfast bars, breakfast bars. I bought a lot of snacks, partly because I wasn't sure what the state of food quality in the States was going to be. I was a little paranoid on this trip. Americano, yeah, it's like an espresso watered down with more milk. I like milky coffee. So I got an Americano to sample the coffee bar. It kind of sucked. I made a coffee in my room with the free coffee they gave me, and it tasted better, so, I wasn't all down with that. I believe it was, Bees, if Bees is able to swing through here at some point. Bees did get one of the breakfast sandwiches that cost a fair amount of money, and upon getting it was told the microwave is over there. So, it sounds like I made the right call to just not interact with the breakfast sandwiches. It was like sub-Starbucks. Always over by snacks. Yeah, I basically went Santa Claus with on Sunday night. Whoever was in the outdoor bar after it closed, where it kind of was hanging out for a little while, I had a big bag full of all my leftover breakfast bars. They were like strawberry and chocolate ones, just high fiber bars, just to keep some fiber content going through me too, because I wasn't sure what all the food was going to be like. And I was Santa cereal bar, just going like, who wants a cereal bar? Throwing them out to whoever extended their hands. Apparently a lot of folks were like, no, actually I have no snacks for my flight tomorrow, so thank you. So I felt very good. Eve Trony, the Canadiano is petty, and I'm a petty bitch. Yeah, it's just like the freedom fries. I'm like, I get it. I don't hate it. I'm not gonna like rewire my head to like start doing it right now. I already don't really get Americanos that often. I have a Ukrainian family-owned coffee shop near me now, so I've been turned on to RAF coffee, which I like the most, but RAF coffee is close enough to a milkshake at times that it can actually make me sleepy, which is not my desired effect all the time. Artino, was that the bag you had when I met you? No, I don't think I had the cereal. The cereal bars was late at night on Sunday. So I think you had already taken off, Artino, by that point. But, where was I going? With Friday. Yeah, that was how I kind of did breakfast. And then I was meeting up with Bill Moo. Bill Moo was one of the first people I encountered in the lobby, amidst others. And Bill Moo could not check in yet and had 130 pounds of cards. So I said, why don't you keep them in my room so you don't have to drag a 130-pound block around with you? And he was like, no, I already put a bunch of them with registration. I'm like, oh, how many pounds is left? And it was still a large number. So anyway, we were mostly hanging out in my room for a little bit, just chatting and whatnot. And then I went back down. A lot of folks I knew were either showing up or were, I think, getting breakfast or lunch. Some of them were at Disney or they were at Little Tokyo. No, it was Little Tokyo on Friday. So basically, I was like, I'm just gonna hang out until 3 and then write the rest of my panel for 5 o'clock. We did play some TCG in the lobby. I posted about it on Blue Sky. I noticed like 3 hours later my photo didn't go up with my text, so it was just a random text post saying playing cards. So I added the photo later. Skysu, apparently no one wanted to buy your signature because they don't know who you are, which, well, they're just trying to lowball you, Skysu. They're doing haggle tactics. While I was in the tower elevator hall, that's when we bumped into Toy Guy, JTM. JTM is Tim on Day on the V-Scored. Was Tim at the convention. So yeah, it was Tim and Treebot and Toy Guy and a couple other folks. We had a little bit of chatter in the lobby. We brought you up and then brought you inside for a little bit and then headed back down for the card zing. Not Friend Tim. No, Friend Tim did not sneak to TFcon LA to my knowledge. If Friend Tim did, then we're fighting. Because then Friend Tim didn't say hello to me. Simeon Scott, I remember seeing the Blue Sky post and being like, oh man. Yeah, I hope that the photo eventually came through. It was really, because the whole time I was like, oh, people are responding to this. That's so nice. And I look and it's just raw text and I'm like, people are really generously responding to this. Okay. But yeah, around 3 o'clock, I went up to write my panel because I was at the last stream. We discovered when the schedule went up that myself and Jim Sorensen were going to be either physically mutating into an entity or just doing our panels at the same time next to each other. So that got sorted out later. I got moved to 5 p.m., which was the start of the show, basically. And that was there was a little bit of pressure and a little bit of depressure, because that was the opener of the show. The pressure being, who's going to be there at the opening of the show? People will be trying to register while the panel's happening. However, the depressure, that means the panel only really has to occupy about 20-some minutes of dedicated, like, thinking time. I got hiccups, holy moly. Oh, Simeon Scott, it was just FOMO. Oh, my apologies. Yeah. It meant it only had to be, like, a little bit of length, and that was a panel where I was pulling TJ on, provided that everyone got back from Little Tokyo in time. Because basically, TJ Omega I had not seen in the physical for 15 years, and is still part of the TFW podcast that we've been doing together since '08. And I was doing a panel with Aaron, who is the other main current podcaster. Bees was there, and I was like, well, if I'm doing one with Aaron, I would love to pull TJ on for another one so I can say that I did a panel with each of my podcast pals, and also saw them, and we also recorded a podcast. I still need to get Bees the audio from that podcast we recorded on Sunday. I keep forgetting that is not part of my panel audio material. That's something I actually have to get to him. I still have to offload that card too. Remind me to do that later. Not now. I'm streaming right now. People still really be getting hiccups, but I got rid of them. I got, not to sidetrack, I got like killer hiccup tech, which the problem is you have to be able to breathe into your stomach, into your diaphragm. But for me, I get rid of hiccups really fast if I do a deep breathe into my diaphragm and hold it and then swallow 3 times while holding it. 99% of the time generally fixes my hiccups. Whenever I tell people that, they're like, what do you mean breathe into your diaphragm? Because it turns out that that's not a universal skill that is available to everyone, and at that point I'm not sure how to help. Ping you in the server or BC... Oh, ping me in the server, it's probably easier. In Blue Sky, it might confuse me. I don't know why. But I'm just thinking ahead and thinking about what I know of me. If it's in the server, I'm probably going to remember better what the context is. Anyway, I was going to go to the schedule to remind myself what all was happening. Yeah, so it was 5 o'clock, the de-stress panel. So I'm going to have a recording of that panel going up once I edit it. I mentioned I had 4 panels. Yeah, I didn't mention what the 4th one was. We'll get to that. Oh, Omander, how much is it server? Just if you sign up for the Patreon, it should give you the link. If it or the YouTube membership, I believe that should also give you the link. It's just a one-time thing. It's a coin slot on the door. I think the minimum's $2. If you do that and it doesn't give you the link, then, like, poke me. Because apparently it sometimes just doesn't work, and I don't know why. I can't quite remember how I set it up on YouTube membership, but I know it worked. Because one time someone popped up in the server, and I was like, hey, how did you get here? And they're like, YouTube membership. And I was like, right. I don't know how I did that, but that's excellent. And I will say, the Vangelus Discord, I don't ever mean to, like, advertise it that much. It's not like, we don't have super secret cool stuff in there. There's nothing, like, super member exclusive. It's just, like, a chill place. I don't like to advertise it too much, because the less people that are being, like, herded there, the easier it is to remain a chill place. While you were conventioning on Saturday, I was studying the blade, attending my friend's... I sort of half caught that, Sky Seiyu. I sort of half caught that because it was your friend who was this doesn't make any sense when I'm facing the camera, but when we were talking and you were here, you had your friend who was over there, and I vaguely remember this all, like, intersected in around the words "at a show." I banged the show you stuff on my desktop camera, but not. I'm gonna be showing you haul things, by the way. That's why the desktop camera is here. But yeah, Simeon's Goth, it's just I try to keep it a very safe space. Our rules are very clear. It is a very draconian server, which is that if I think you're screwing around, I'll just melt your brain with my psychic powers. Okay, he was the one playing in a show. I hope it went well. I think you said it went well. Or am I just inventing that memory? Anyway, the de-stressing panel went pretty well. At the start, I did have a couple people who were right there. Also, had Jim Sorensen, who was right there, because Jim is always there for my collector psychology mental health panels, which I really appreciate. And then because we were kind of like on a little bit of just like lull time waiting for anyone to show up after registering, I was asked, like, do you want to delay things by like 5 minutes? I was like, if you want to. I'm also completely prepared and equipped to just like vamp and yammer for a bit aimlessly. I think so I said, like, yeah, get the recording going if you want, whatever. I think me and Jim started doing a senpai kohai bit, because I was, for some reason, that convention, this is like a multi-step thing. So I was trying to deprogram, for the purposes of panel vamping, I was trying to deprogram, how do I put this? A lot of the pissing out of my brain that had been kind of like building there, and a lot of the fluids, and I was trying to like refill it with just more base improv, child-friendly stuff. But then it manifested as like I kept wanting to default to two things: either shonen protagonist who keeps saying senpai and kohai, or dropping like some sick nyas. I dropped some real sick anyas, if you were there to see them at TFcon LA. I even kind of lifted my right leg up behind me a little bit to like get the, you know, the proper, like the little anya kind of thing, right? Like that's a free one. But yeah, I was trying to keep a little bit of, you know, trying to keep the piss levels low, as they say. But yeah, I was basically always defaulting to like, you might be the one with the knowledge right now, senpai, but one day I will advance in my skill, and you will be the kohai, and I will be the senpai, Kanarazu. And I don't know, that's just where my head was. So we were doing that a little bit, and then you know, got into the panel proper. I told TJ, like, don't worry, I will show you all the slides before we start. And then immediately went into the kohai senpai part, and then people started coming in, and then realized, oh, I never showed TJ the slides. Oh well, we'll make this work. So the panel went well. It seemed to resonate with people the way that I always hope it does. Once again, the thing that I liked the most happened, which is sometime afterwards, someone came up to me in person outside of the panel to specifically say that they found the panel really helpful to them, which always makes it worth it to me to do that panel series. So that was really nice. And then I finished up the panel. As far as I know, it went pretty well. Seemed that people liked it. I kind of went on a little bit of a tangent when we hit the Q&A part while we were waiting for people to have questions about. This kind of became a recurring bit about like how much expertise I have and like how to go to rich parts of town, you know, where people are rich and they all got little pork pie hats, and like how to properly like weigh your sock to just like, you know, pacify them so that you can redistribute their wealth. And, you know, in parallel to that, like how to make use of cold butter sticks if you don't have access to the proper poundage of coins, because we have to improvise in this day and age. And then thankfully someone came up to ask a question, because like I was about 3 steps away from like I was just escalating and escalating. But after the panel, I followed the doctrine. Myself and Aaron Axsmith kind of invented this doctrine. We didn't invent it, we developed it through years of BotCons in the 2000s, which is, if you think that your body needs food, and then someone in your proximity that you know says, I'm going to get food, then you go, and they're open to you coming along, you just go get food. Or if you need to get food, and one other person next to you needs to get food, you say, we're getting food. You don't wait for anyone, you just say, we're going to get food, and then you go. So right after my panel, or a little bit after, I was talking in the lobby for a bit, I think, and then I was talking to Kian and some of the other folks that were with him. They said they were going to the restaurant to get dinner, and I was like, you know what? I have not eaten real food really, so yes, if you guys are open to it, I would like to just go and get dinner. So I did. Unfortunately, the restaurant suffered. The server even apologized for this. Apparently, they just had a lot of service slow down due to more people showing up in the restaurant than they were equipped for. So because of that, I missed the 7 o'clock panel that I wanted to see, unfortunately, which was Jim Sorensen's GoBots panel. So I was kind of like, dang it. But I knew that, there's probably going to be footage of it, and I was like, well, hopefully I can at least go hey, Jim, you should put that on YouTube, so I can see it. But, yeah, after all that, on Friday, there was just sort of a lot of general hangoutage, just sort of chatting with folks, as I recall. I don't remember a lot of the specific conversations on Friday, because there was just a lot of, general chatter. Oh, there was, some TCGing, sorry. From 8 till 10, the TCG room was open, so I went to occupy that a little bit, because there were that LA hallway is a hallway with 3 or 4 different rooms, and they are not connected. So there was I was kind of lingering around there also for there to be sort of a chain of bodies to kind of coerce and lead people who are interested towards where things are. Yeah, Shane, you were there too. Shane and Tim, was Friday when you and Tim made me feel so proud and validated that I made a thread in the Discord for TFcon, because it was it was used to socially connect, and I was like, oh, it served its function, hooray! Because yeah, there was also Sideswipe Prime had brought donuts. So we had a TCG room equipped with a box of donuts, bag of donut holes, and all of our little businesses that we had brought with us, whatever it was you were doing. And it was kind of bustling. I was a little bit ooh, there are more people than what fit in this room who want to learn card game. Oof. Maybe I will not try to just bully in more gaming of my own. So I just kind of hung around, chatted with people, went in and out. Had a delicious donut. Oh, Thursday was when you met. Okay, Friday. Oh, you were there. Okay, you were there when we went to the dinner. Right, you and Tim were there, and Paper Plane was there, and it was Kian and Jito and a couple other folks. That's when I transformed. Right, that's when I transformed the Jito Optimus. Right. Let me go grab pictures of that I took. But yeah, the donuts were great. And yeah, I had ferried, to lay some backstory. Student Scissors had made, this is almost understating it. Student Scissors had made a 3D printed version of Jito's Pizza Bots Optimus Prime. That is a colossal understatement to simply just say that, in my opinion. Oh, I'm in streamer mode. Now it's shortening everyone's names. I don't know who is who. Where are my gat dang photos? Here we go. I'm gonna see which browser window these launch into. Not the correct one, so let me go open the correct one and then drag this in. Anyway, in order to get this Pizza Bots Optimus wait, is this the right window? To Jito, I was asked if I would be able to help ferry it. That's still not the right freaking browser window. How could you do this to me? We were brothers. There it is. So I received the Prime to ferry along, and since I was going carry-on only, I just kind of cocooned it in bubble wrap. Let me just grab the other I took 2 other photos. I'm just going to drag them into the browser for now, and then I'll be able to flip through them. So I successfully did the handoff sort of on Friday. I had to go set up for my panel, so eventually I handed it off to Paper Plane and just said, yeah, just give this to Jito, make it awkward if possible. It should be all good. But yeah, then once we hit the dinner, and once I wiped my hands down, I said, yeah, I transformed it once, so I can run you through the transformation. So I did the transformation, but Student Scissors, designed this thing in, less than maybe students, as I see you're here, so if I'm overstating stuff, I apologize. Feel free to correct me. It felt like you went from I think I'm gonna do this to it's done in like under 2 weeks. We were talking not to like gas you up here or anything. We were talking about you. It was me and like Sideswipe Prime and Sam's makes toys. We were all talking about this thing on the Sunday night, just going like friggin' just manifesting this out of nowhere. So we were all like, everyone was friggin' over the moon seeing this thing. This was anywhere that the Jito was with this thing. It was the talk of the area because it looked amazing. Yeah, the transformation site. I did the transformation for Jito. There it is next. The easiest size comparison in the world: Adamus Machina Rodimus and Mecha Invasion Long Haul. 2 toys that everyone has. It is a rather tall robot. Like again, I feel a little. I will say that I feel a little weird like talking about Student Scissors when you are literally sitting right here, so I apologize for the kind of objectification of you as a person. But like, I just remember there was this moment where Student Scissors was like, I don't know where to put, I don't know how to fit the feet in, and I'm stuck. I'm gonna go, you were stuck on something, and you were like, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna sleep on it. And then like the next morning you'd solved it when you woke up. By the way, the STL for this is free on Cults 3D. If like, go hit up Student Scissors' socials, or someone pass me the link somehow, and I can paste it in the chat. If anyone does have a 3D printer, the STL is available for free. Me and Sideswipe Prime both reacted to that with like screaming fits. Student Scissors did point out that like the nature of the software they are using means it kind of behooves them to provide the STL for free, which I understand. But I have one more picture, by the way, just to show the posing possibilities. This thing, it's not built to be superposable. It's mostly the way I described this myself, and when we were talking about it, like Sam's was kind of on the same page. It is still more of an art piece than like an action figure. It's not something where were this available to purchase, I would not tell someone like, oh yeah, buy this and then parse it as, a toy that you bought for the purposes of being part of your collection. It is a 3D printed art piece. It just happens to be one that can transform, that is manipulatable, but like, you can see how I swiveled a bicep there somewhat. For example, if you try to just work the bicep swivel as like, 90 to 180 degrees bicep swivel, you'll probably damage something because there is a bulge to the bicep that is part of the design. Oh, Shane, you have a video of me transforming it. Oh, if you could send me that would be really helpful for the vlog that I want to put together. I tried to vlog this trip. I wasn't great at it, but if you're okay, by the way, I would like to see it anyway, but if you're okay with me adding that into the vlog, I can credit you. But, oh, yeah, Student Scissors mentioned it will require hardware to assemble. Every pin joint is using, I forgot the dimensions you said in the channel at one point, but it's using a certain single dimension of stainless steel rod. The nature of the design means that it is kind of snug to fit the rods in there. Like, it's not like they're just, like, slide it in and you're good to go. You'll at least want to use the nippers you use to snip the rod piece to kind of push them in if you're pushing them in as little pieces, but I would assume you'd want to, like, stick it in long ways and then, like, snip the end off and push the last little nub in as a practice. Oh, Long was here. I saw that on Blue Sky. Yeah, Kamen Rider Girls Remix is getting a sequel. Yeah, snug fit on the rods. Yeah, they when you stick them in, they got the whole kind of grips, and you gotta wiggle. You gotta coerce that in there. But yeah, this thing is beautiful. It's, as far as I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it is entirely unpainted. Like, you can kind of tell when you look at the eyes, but also, like, painting in those eyes would be the easiest paint job in the world with, like, a size 1 paintbrush and a little bit of acrylic paint if you wanted to. So I will say, just to give, like, a little capsule on my experience transforming it twice, 3 times, the leg transformation on this is just toy tier. Like, that's meant as a compliment. From the waist down, transforming this thing felt more like a cool toy than like an art piece. From the waist up, it starts to feel a little bit more art piece. From the waist down, it is just gorgeous geometry. It's something that I would love to actually see, like the waist down transformation. I would love to see how that feels in production plastic. Just because the motions are all so cool. Not to say that the waist up motions are less cool, but the waist up motions are the ones that feel a little bit more like, okay, like make sure you are gripping the front and back of the joint when you are moving it, that kind of stuff. You still want to do that from the waist down, but from the waist down, like something about the motions you're doing, especially the little double hinge flap that forms the inner calf, is just like, like, oh, it's some good stuff. Evetronia, this is the 3D printed Pizza Bots Optimus that Student Scissors designed in like less than 2 weeks, that I ferried over to TFcon to pass along to its original line art designer, Jito. PT, watching that figure being created in the Discord, I'd love to see a proper production if it could ever happen. Yeah, I mean, it is big. I think that just the girth of this figure would inherently make it pretty expensive to produce, because some of the parts are kind of chunky, but also it'd be really cool to see it turn out. Like I don't know, yeah, it's kind of got that vibe where I'm like, there is a version of this that like could maneuver, like. If it were feasible to do for just anyone to like kick into like injection molded production plastic in North America. Now, granted, we know there are a couple people who can do that, but like this is a girthy, tall piece. Like I'll go back to that size comparison, because everyone has Adamus Machina Rodimus and everyone has Mecha Invasion Long Haul, obviously, but those who do have that Rodimus, especially, I'm sure you can attest to the fact that that's pretty darn tall. Oh man, this would be fun to print in resin. I'm curious how the joints would hold up, especially the shoulder assemblies. I'm curious how those would hold up in resin. Also, the crotch piece there does use a bit of a friction flex, so it needs to be made of a material that can handle a bit of tug and flex, just by nature of how it slaps over the clip. Sky Sue, I have those two figures even. Yeah, that's right. Normal, average collector figures that everyone has. It's at least as tall as a monitor. Well, no, that monitor is also on a ledge. Although, makes sense. But yeah, this thing was really fun to transform for folks. Hang on, I should double check what I'm missing. What am I missing over here? Are people end chattering? What is this? Oh, okay, never mind. What's this? Oh, this is the... Okay, I'm going to quickly download the... Dang it! Hang on. I need to give this a file name. Okay, it's just gray. LA 2025, MacDo. Save that. Maybe I can drag this into browser to share this. Thank you, Treebot, by the way. This is a clip that Treebot sent over. This should be how I solved the stupid touchscreen. Can I put you into the browser? Damn it. I can figure out another way to pipe that in, I think. This just might be kind of funky to play. Sure, create new, browse. I don't know. Restart when it comes active. Yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna get a...
I can't hear the audio.
No quitting.
So I don't know what I'm saying there.
Screen died. I love you. Okay.
Positive reinforcement only.
I got it in my bag.
I was just trying to purchase one hamburger to put protein in me.
Okay. Oh no. No, we're not. I'm sorry.
He has other ideas.
If anyone could quickly type some closed captions for me in the
Save
chat
the
just so I
children.
know what's going on.
You're not going to save the children?
Today. I'm so hyped.
Yeah, this McDonald's touchscreen was such dog water, like friggin'.
Huh?
Grab the table code.
Oh.
But yeah, basically, we had someone amidst the party for whom, of all the food options, McDonald's was the only one that for sure did not have oils that would
we got a
potentially
sense
kill
of
them,
this.
which is valid. All right, I finished playing. I'll Treebot, if you don't mind me adding that to my vlog footage hole, my bag of vlog parts, I will pop you a credit on that one. Sometimes talking to a cashier is easier. Yeah, I was locked in though, and then like 2 people were phones out, and I was like, well, this is a fun bit. This could be good for the vlog. Yeah, going back to this 3D printed Prime. Yeah, on Friday we had Shane and Tim from the Discord were there, and we were all working through this thing. And I also had a BLTA, a bacon, lettuce, tomato, avocado. Probably my favorite thing on the menu at the hotel restaurant. Hotel restaurant, the sit-down indoor one, was basically as solid as it had been years before. It's a completely solid, fine hotel restaurant. There was like, the food was like a little pricey, but it didn't taste frozen, which is my main thing. And the BLTA, they gave you a lot of bacon and like a whole ass egg and a lot of avocado and like 2 big ass pieces of toast. Felt pretty good. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. The morning of my flight, I had some leftover chicken karaage. Let me go to Facecam for a sec. Leftover chicken karaage that I was going to have for breakfast. I nuked it up, and then the one little pocket of oil that was left in that karaage was right where I bit in, and it shot hot oil onto my lips. So I spent all of TFcon. You can see it in some photos. I spent all of TFcon with a burn on my lip right here. And so the BLTA had such powerfully thick crust that while eating it, my bites would take my lip across the crust once or twice. And one time, I'm pretty sure, it scraped a layer of healing off of my burn. And I was like, ow! And then I was basically like, well, I'm just gonna talk to people like this for a little bit, because I don't know if I'm just bleeding, and I'll just kind of check now and then. Okay, no blood. Yeah, I had a lip burn for all of TFcon, which was pretty funny. I just tried to wear it like a beauty mark, you know, like, yeah, how you doing out there? Yeah, contemplative Vangelus, exactly. Yeah, we talked a lot about... Oh, it's starting again. Nope. I don't know what...
No quit.
I'm just going to turn that off for a sec. If you went into that bite with good intentions and a kind heart, it wouldn't have hurt you. I was in a bit of a rush, and I was kind of like, damn, I just got to harf down this good karaage, and I did not respect it, and I paid the price. Yeah, it's feeling better now. Bees kindly was like offering to, like, was getting some stuff from you know, like supplies. So I was like, Coke Zero, and then when they were ordering, they're like, do you want anything else? And I was like, chapstick. So if you saw me chapsticking it hardcore at TFcon LA, that's why. Thumbnail Evangelist, the handle on the chin, like all the wannabe video essays, yeah, like. Wait, what's the... Just take my glasses. It's easier with the glasses off. I was talking to people about thumbnail tech the other day and how much thumbnail meta sucks. But now people are born into it. So it's like you can't even... All you can really do is complain. Because there are people who are validly born into it who think, like, that's just how thumbnails work. Anyway, what was I talking about? Did some TCG gaming, and then, right, then I was doing some some lobby hangout after the TCG room closed, and I realized when it closed that we still had, like, 4 or 5 donuts and an unopened bag of donut holes! So, I went at the donut holes a little bit until my blood sugar said stop. and was offering them around the room. But we left with all that stuff in hand. And briefly, my first thing, I went pack rat for a second. I was like, well, I'll bring it up to my room, and I guess I'll just try to use it for breakfast parts. But then we realized, like, there's people in the lobby, and I was like, people in the lobby eat donuts as well. So on Friday night, I was Donut Santa, and I was like, who wants some donuts? And then I had my the paper bag, and I went like, also, who all wants some whole? We got a bag full of whole right here. Reach on in, grab yourself a sticky ball, pop it in your mouth, and get a big bite of whole. And eventually emptied it out. People were reticent to stick their hand in the bag of whole until they saw me do it once. But, they got it. They understood the mission. And, yeah, I don't remember, like, specific conversations off the top of my head, because it was mostly just, like, lobby chatter and catching up with folks. But, Sideswipe Prime, thank you for bringing the donut goodness. Because those donuts were really friggin' good. I had the Oreo one, and I had the strawberry pinkish one, I think. And they were both really good. Those donut holes were, like, what is the ceiling on the quality of donut holes, right? But in the context of donut holes, those are some god darn damn good friggin' purgatory ain't so bad tier donut holes. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, they had good mouthfeel too. Lots, you could get your mouth all over that hole and just chew, and it was good times. But people did eventually start to kind of like, sequester back upstairs, and then around midnight or so, I was like, I should sequester back upstairs too, because I was like, I want to get a start at least. I have 2 other panel presentations to put together that I have only kind of started. Oh, Discord and Blue Sky having trouble sending the video. Don't have to trim it. We can figure it out later on, but you can always use WeTransfer. That's how Sideswipe Prime got me the tracksuit clip. So WeTransfer generally works for this stuff. So, just wetransfer.com is the site. I used it for years. So it's no rush, but yeah, we can use that thing. That's how 2 other people got me stuff I needed for panel videos. But yeah, I went back upstairs, and then I basically started working on the news dive panel and on the couple of slides that we would need for the YouTuber panel. Then again, around 2:30 a.m., I just kind of like just passed out again. Basically, I generally went to bed around 2:30. Original timeline. Sleep about 5.5 hours, and then wake up. That was my whole weekend, but I felt fine, so, whatever. Oh, no, uploading it here unlisted gets a little complicated. It's an ask on Shane, but also, like, then I gotta, like, rip it out of YouTube. Then we're losing fidelity. In my case, WeTransfer works, because, like, I got an email address that can receive it. But, yeah, I got some work done on those panels. I think I finished the news dive panel, other than one slide where me and Aaron each had to, put in a bullet point. So that felt satisfying. And then Saturday came around. So, where's my liquid? Yeah, don't forget Fidel. Fidel is important. On Saturday, as I did the year before, the TCG panel was put at 9 in the morning. Bill Moo and Tank were both getting up for it because they were running it, and Bill had offered, because he was ordering Taco Bell in for breakfast, he offered to throw me in on the order, so I said, like, give me the bacon burrito. So I got up in solidarity, went to the panel, got there about 15 minutes early so I could get my burrito and sit in the front row and eat it. I noticed that the burrito had scrambled egg in it, so I was like, how much did this thing cost? Was this like $32? I'm only half joking. When I went, a little fast forward, when I was in LAX on Monday, I noticed that the breakfast burrito at one place was $18, while a hamburger was $10. Maybe it was a big breakfast burrito, I don't know. But, them egg prices. Anyway, good breakfast burrito. I'll do credit to Taco Bell. It didn't give me indigestion, and it tasted fine. Simeon's got Taco Bell breakfast, actually pretty good. It's top 3 fast food ones. Yeah, I was I didn't say it on the day. I was kind of impressed with the quality of a fast food breakfast burrito, all things considered. Taco Bell uses the simulated egg liquid stuff. So I also just kind of assumed everything with the word egg on it was getting marked up down there. So I was making a few assumptions. But yeah, that panel went through all right. I operated the Q&A mic a little bit because I just kept going up to add some points about print and play as I did the year before from the crowd. And then I offered afterwards to help them set up the TCG room since they were going to be lugging now less than 130 pounds, but still double-digit, over 30 pounds worth of card stuff into that room. So I helped them set up a little bit. And then around 10:30 went like, okay, well, yeah, 10:30, 11 or so. I was like, it's been long enough. I heard the dealer room was kind of bonkers crowded when it opened. Maybe by now it's less crowded. It wasn't. I went into the dealer room, let's say around 11 or so, 11:30. I just wanted to do one round of it. I wanted to touch base with a few people that I knew in there to say hi, Greg at 30. I wanted to see if the kooky RoboSend man was there. It appeared that he was not. And then I just tried to do a round, right? Granted, at one point, basically, I was there with Sideswipe Prime, and we were both like, maybe we should just grab some lunch, and we were both going to head out. We both got briefly sidetracked, let's say for about 15-20 minutes. It still took me over 2 hours to get out of there. And I got dumped into Artist Alley, and Artist Alley was more congested. And I was so confused, and because I was like, I don't think I can look around Artist Alley right now, because I can't even move through it to get to the exit. Later on, I sort of pieced together what had happened. And in Artist Alley, it's just how do you put this? There was a vendor who I learned from a friend who does a lot of furry cons. Apparently that vendor has a huge Etsy following. And that's what I learned on the first day, and I was like, okay, that explains the lineup. Also, I learned the next day on Sunday that vendor with the huge Etsy following also is a plushie vendor, and I was like, oh, I know Shattered Needle. I know how plushies can go at TFcon, because there was still a queue on that table on Sunday with less than 15 minutes, or less than 20 minutes, sorry. No, 30. Less than 30 minutes left in the con. I did the Artist Alley, then went into the dealer room with 15 minutes left. So in the final half hour of TFcon, that table still had a visible queue. So I was like, hey, I'm happy if it's an artist who has all that business. That's hell yeah. So anyway, it took us a bit to extricate ourselves from the building. And then we went to Del Taco to grab some lunch. Did the Aaron Axsmith maneuver, the Aaron Vangelus maneuver. Notified on Discord, we're going to Del Taco right now. So it's just the two of us, but I just say, here's my coords. This is where I'm going. So I I got the one that I always remember Seth saying, the carnitas. I also got a large drink, so I was able to make a mezzo mix. I kind of shot some orange Fanta in the middle of my Coke Zero to give it a little bit of pop. And then it was orange Fanta or some kind of orange drink. It might not have been Fanta. Whatever the orange sort of tart soda is that's in a fountain machine. And after that, we headed back. What's my timeline here? Oh, it might have been Crush. Yeah, I don't know. They all look the same to me. It's all those fluorescent orange sodas. Because yeah, there was this, and then that, and at 1 o'clock, and yeah, okay. Fanta is Pepsi. Fanta is Coke. Excellent. I don't think it was, because High C isn't carbonated, right? High C is the flat one. I think. I don't know. They don't do a zero sugar one, so I don't really mess with that stuff outside of fountains for a little splash in my Coke Zero. Thick. No, the Fanta and the Crush are definitely carbonated. They got that fizzle. Fanta is Coke. Okay. I I am a little sodaist. I did recently. This is unrelated to TFcon. I recently went to a diner and I asked for a Diet Coke, and then the lady there was so nice. She was like, "Is it okay if it's Diet Pepsi?" I'm like, "Oh, just give me lots of ice and some citrus." And she's like, "Yeah, it's just some people, you know, when you say Diet Pepsi, they're like," and I was like, "No, that's usually me. But as long as I have a lot of ice cubes, I can deal with it for my fix." Yeah, we headed back. While I was in the dealer room, but that reminds me, I can. Maybe I'll do the whole haul together. But in the dealer room, I did do a little bit of haggle in the morning. It was only for a matter of $5, but I haggled in the morning of Saturday at a TFcon that was very crowded, so I felt pretty darn cool. I also found one other thing I've been looking for, and I was just like, let's just get it. Where was I going with this? Got back on Saturday. Didn't go back in the dealer room. I went to the TCG room, and then I was in there, and then I was talking to a couple of folks I hadn't seen yet who were in there. And then from there, I was like, okay, I'm going to go to Kian's animated deleted scenes panel, which is at 5. Okay, so around 4, this is my hubris. They were like, oh, should we go now? And this is like an hour ahead of it. I'm like, no. Like, you know, it's not like a voice actor Q&A, so like we'll just head over there, like, you know, when the doors open, just kind of slide in with the crowd. So around 10 to 5, I'm like, maybe I'll head over there now. We head out of the hallway the TCG rooms are in into the side of a lineup that spanned from the panel room through the hotel lobby, outdoors into the tower, through the tower out to the convention center. So I was like, okay, this is on me. Let's go I'm going to the back of the line. You know, y'all don't. There's 2 other folks with me, and I was like, y'all don't have to follow me. It's fine. But they wanted to see the panel, so we all went to the end of the line. At the end of the line, someone did say, "Oh, are you Vangelus?" I said, yeah, and they said, "Perspective End sends greetings or says hello," and I was like, "Excellent. Where is he?" And they were like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Well, this would eventually become the story of TFcon, is that there were people that were there, and I was there, and we never saw each other once, and none of us were trying to hide. We were all, I was all over the place on Saturday. There were just so many people that any individual person was a pebble in an ocean. So I did not manage to see Perspective End. We had talked earlier. He had felt kind of bad about, apparently he had said hello to me the year before while I was heading up to set up a panel. So I think that he thought that I was, whoop, did I? Stop it! Thank you. I hit a button. I didn't know I was going to turn that on. Anyway, I think that he thought I was annoyed, so I told him, like, no, I, in fact, don't remember this interaction. Probably because I was heading up to do a panel, but it's all good. There's this very specific channel that you have to do to annoy me, and it usually involves things like invading a panel in the midst of myself and others trying to run it. I wonder if I should just delete this. What is this other media source? Oh! I'm going to delete both these media sources. They're both irrelevant now to the conversation. If I need to bring them back, it is easy enough. Okay. Anyway. So yeah, I did not encounter Perspective End, but I did encounter someone who had encountered Perspective End, who passed along greetings, and I kind of realized about 2 hours later that I was like, this is a TFcon where this is a legit thing, where it's kind of like, we're throwing our nets out, we're just trying to see who's here, and we're throwing glass bottles out into the ocean just to go like, I too was here. There was at least one person who's on Blue Sky who was there, and we were kind of like, you know, we were like, I was saying like, hey, if you see me, like, say hello, and we just never crossed paths once the entire show. It just happens when it's that crowded. So that's why Prime is saying, I'll echo this. Like, I'm, you know, don't worry about bugging me. Like, if I'm going somewhere, I've gotten better about just saying like, hey, I'm on the way somewhere. I'm unlikely to snap at you just because you're trying to say hello. Like, if I'm going somewhere, I might be a little bit curt if I'm like, hey, what's up? I'm actually heading somewhere, but I'll catch you later, you know, something like that. But I like to meet people and talk to people. So, you know, any convention we are sharing time at, like, feel free to say hello. I might not be able to, like, bring you with me places. That is, like, a step farther, but I'm happy to chat. I like to say hi. I like to have moments I like to have moments and engagement with other human users of the meat space. Disgusting phrase. But yeah, we went to the deleted scenes part 2 panel because I lined up 10 minutes before the panel. We were just at the rear end ass back end of the room. But I partly wanted to see it because I knew I was in one of the scenes, as far as I was aware. I did learn the night before that they had animated too many scenes, and they actually had to trim some of it down for the panel to later put on YouTube, is my understanding. But there was a rattle trap scene and because I played rattle trap at BotCon, I was asked at some point to record a line for it, but then I forgot I did that until it was mentioned to me on you know, off public somewhere, like, hey, check this out. I was like, oh, I don't remember recording that, but that's me. Cool. So I wanted to see it in the panel. It was a really good panel, though. It sounds like Kian has enough stuff for I'm going to say he and his team. I don't know if his team is like an accidental derogatory, but I feel like it's a really apt way to describe the little crew that he's got put together who are working on all that stuff. It sounds like they have at least one more panels worth of scenes that they can put together for next year's LA, which is, like, it's just so cool. Like, not to gas up Kian, who is not even here, but like the story being, quote, when I was 16, I wanted to make animated season 4. Fast forwarding to now with the stuff Kian is doing, it's like a lot of people when they're a teenager will be like, I want to do this. Very few people just go on to borderline start to realize that, you know, within spitting distance of those years. And I think what Kian's doing is like so friggin' cool. So I wanted to check out that panel, and I did. Oh, before that panel, or after, what came after, and what came before? 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Okay, before that panel, I caught Jim Sorensen, and I said, like, hey, sorry I missed your GoBots panel, like, you should put that up somewhere. And he's like, oh, that's a good idea. And then Jim said, by the way, do you want to come with us out on a pizza run to some place? It's like a little bit of a tradition a couple of us do. And so I was like, I don't have any other dinner plans, so yes. So after Kian's panel, I was hanging out in the lobby for a bit, talking to Jim Sorensen, M. Cypher, a couple other folks. I think it was, who else was there that day? That was not when I met some of the folks from Diaclona's server, I don't think. But we were chatting in the lobby for a bit. I think because Aaron and Bees and TJ and everyone were coming by asking if I wanted to go for food with them. I said, oh, I'm going for pizza. And I think they misunderstood because they came by going like, you don't appear to be going for pizza. You appear to be lobby talking. So I was like, the pizza's at 7. It's an appointment. The pizza's at 7 o'clock. The whole time, by the way, they wanted proof that I'd gone for pizza. It was very funny what I sent them. I think I can pull that into the browser in a little bit. But, yeah, the pizza place that doesn't exist. Let me go grab the photo I took of it, because it's a pretty darn good photo. Yeah, we went to this pizza place. This place was a little ways away. It was basically like, this crew is going, who all has cars? Let's drive out there. It was kind of nice because the folks who went out to the pizza place, among the number were a lot of folks that for a couple years now I would see at TFcon, but they would be people I would see in a bustle in the dealer room or in the lobby. We'd talk for like a little bit, and I'd be like, oh, I'll catch you later on, and I wouldn't see them again. Or I'd see them maybe once or twice for a few minutes. For instance, like Amy, Lady Rec, was there, and I have not had like a proper conversation with Amy in years. I have chatted here and there in a dealer room for a little bit, but I hadn't like actually like sat down to like chat with Amy in ages. So that was kind of fun. The pizza place, when we got there, it was like a 30 to 40 minute wait for tables. So we went to a tiki bar to kill time beforehand, and it was a fun hangout. Like we had Marty there and had Eric Siebenahler there. It was nice to catch up a little bit with Eric Siebenahler, who, like, you know, I see off and on at shows. I used to see off and on at BotCons here and there. So it was fun to chat a little bit. I was kind of, I had a couple tangents I went on about just my stuff, you know, toy industry things, CEOs, etc. Here it is. Here's the picture. Gorgeous photo. So when I was asked for proof of pizza, I took a photo of that because I thought it looked really funny. Because I was like, this doesn't look like a real sign. This doesn't look like something from the real world. This looks like something from the back room. So I'll just send this and say, look, I'm at pizza. And then I didn't reply to the Discord again for like 2 hours. Yeah, we ended up having some pizzas. I did take photos of pizza. The first photo I sent of pizza, oh, I never sent the photos of real pizza. I only showed them to people in person. So, among the things we ordered were salads. And I thought the salads were the Caesar salad looking things they brought out. But then they brought out these two just heaping plates. And I'm going to share this to browser now. I took a close-up shot. And it was just a heaping mass of like chickpea and lettuce and tomato and like pickled peppers and cold cuts and pepperoni and feta cheese. And I was like, number one, I was like, is that a pizza? And then number two, I was like, is that a salad? Like, it tasted fine. You just kind of like took a, you sort of took 2 spoons and you just reached into that hump and you just kind of globbed a gloob out of it onto your plate and went like, I guess it's food time. I think I called it a deconstructed pizza at one point. Pretty sure you kill this thing in Earthbound. Yeah, I was kind of like, this sort of has an artistic feel to it. It was good in that it was a bunch of vegetable, which is good to have with your pizza so that your stomach doesn't just fill with pizza. Like, not to be a friggin', not to be a nag or anything, not to nag you here, but like, it's good to actually have some vegetables with your pizza. It's good to have some vegetables, But yeah, we had a fun time out there. It took a couple hours, and then we headed back. We had some leftover pizza, so Jim had, I think, like, just unloaded the leftover pizza on whoever was in the lobby. I really, like, this is a small thing. I really enjoyed how often communal food was then double communaled out to whoever was in the lobby when we would get back from things. Be it the donuts, be it, like, this pizza stuff. This was, like, from a local place. I can't remember their name now. It was from a local place. We just getting back and go, like, who wants food? It just kind of felt nice. It felt very community. Acan Lord, fiber appears to work as a buffer to reduce carbohydrate absorption, which can cut down on insulin resistance. Yeah, fibers. I love fiber. Let me tell you, fiber pretty damn cool. It's from Pizza TM. Yeah. So I do have a photo of pizza. I just never put it on Discord, so I don't have the ability to drag it into this window right now. So I'll just, provided this is not making anyone nauseous, I'll just leave us currently on the chickpea vegetable hump. The heap, I guess, the pile. They call it Fiber 1 because fiber is number 1. Hell yeah, Skyseu. By the way, Skyseu, we met at the show. We had a chat about the way I keep pronouncing that name. I feel like I was given the clearance to just continue my half-mangled attempt over and over again. Now that I know, where we're coming from, I feel much better about it. Yeah, fiber's cool because you know what rocks. Hey kids, you know what's really cool before you Pokemon Go to the polls is a smooth stool. Anyway, that night there was more chatter, more hanging out, and I think around 11:30, I was like, I'm gonna head up to hang out with my buds who were doing Disney and who did Little Tokyo, my podcast buds and everyone, because I haven't really hung out with them very much yet. So I hung out in their room for a couple hours. I had some kind of, it wasn't a soju. Was it a soju? Bees isn't here, so I can't remember anymore. It was like a strawberry, I think, soju-esque thing. It was kind of tasty, but the whole time I was like, I really want to cut this with some bubbly soda water, because it was flat. And I like bubbly soda water. You could, Lano Joe, if you get enough fiber in you, before you Pokemon go to the polls, you can have a smooth experience Pokemon going to the bathroom. It's rad to be regular. So we hung out in the room a bit, chatted a bit. I got some of the deets on their Disney adventures. They all went to Star Wars Land. They had lightsabers. If you were in the TCG room, you probably were witness to all their little droid kids they built who were driving around and beep booping at each other. They did. If there's something at the Galaxy Edge that you could do, I think they did it. I think Bees did a speed run on the Millennium Falcon. Crashed it within like 20 seconds. Pretty impressive. Yeah, I hung out there for a little bit. So that's where I got the deets, because Mirai Baby was part of the crew, who was able to give me the deets on, first off, the Etsy artist. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. But then, it wasn't just Mirai Baby. I forgot now if it was Mirai Baby or someone else. Anyway, while we were hanging out in there, I was able to name drop a couple of milk-related fics I had been exposed to in my time with the Diaclona.com community, and had a little bit of touchstone on both milk-related fan fictions, which to me felt like a really cool like intersection of cultures. I think Bees Googled one of them and didn't like it, which is fine. That makes sense. But it's nice to be able to to crisscross all these different communities and cultures and friends and family and all that, and wherever you go, you start to just have these little touchstones all over the place. So that's what I did until late night Saturday. Then I went back to my room, went up and put together the leftover slides work I needed to do for the 2 panels on Sunday. Also, Saturday, after pizza, in the parking lot was when someone said, by the way, at 2:30 a.m., it will instantly become 3:30 a.m. And I was so mad. I was like, no. I was like, send it back. I don't want it. Send it back. Mom! Because daylight savings garbage happened at I always forget TFcon LA is timed with the weekend when daylight savings happens, which means Saturday is always horrible at the end of Saturday. So, we're confused. Don't worry about the milk fanfics. Nothing to. You don't have to pursue those threads. But it's always on daylight savings weekend. Besides the problem, I had the exact same reaction last year. And once again, I was awake when the hour clicked over. I was actually awake till about 4 in the morning, and then woke up at 8:30 in the morning. I think that I woke up at 8:30 in the morning. I woke up at 7:30 on my own. I kind of snarled, no! And then went back to sleep. At 8 o'clock, my alarm went off. 8:30, my alarm went off. And then I slept for 45 minutes with my phone in my hand, just to sleep, doing this every 9 minutes to hit my snooze button on my alarm. It was a little rough. It was a little bit rough, but I was able to get all my ish together, because on Sunday, as I will show you on the schedule, on Sunday at noon, Aaron and I were doing our panel about the 2004 News Dive streams, and I hope you all were watching. And then right afterwards was the YouTuber Transforming Media panel that I was on. And so I basically said, like, I'm going to already have my laptop hooked in so I can just run our slides and media stuff as well, because then it's one less thing for us to have to worry about. And the panel was a little bit complex for the first 10-15 minutes. So, to go into what we did here, I hung out in the lobby for a little bit. I had some more chatter in the lobby, which is fun. This is, like, the most rote thing in the world to say, but, like, I really like going... Not to be a super unique flower, but when I'm at a TFcon, I really like hanging out and talking to people. Now, I know that's very rare, and that makes me really unique and also kind of cool. But I have such a good time speaking with people and hanging out in the lobby and just kind of like getting the lay of the land. It's so unique, and frankly, I'm amazed at myself. Like, thank you, Chris. You're welcome, Chris. I'm really proud of myself, and proud of me too. Anyway, when I was hanging out in the lobby, Tom, I should be the only one of the. Yeah. It is 10:15 for the next 15 minutes. Leave. Everyone clear out. Vendors stay. Vendors stay, but be silent. It is the Tonbot hour. Right? I really like hanging out talking to people. But not as much as I love fiber and a good stool. I did not talk about poop all that much at the show, to be honest. Yeah, and that's on me. That's on me. When I was in the lobby, I was hanging out. What was I doing? That's when we had name flew out of my head, but hanging out next to the fresh recipient of a Death Gary gun, the Sonokong Korean release of a Death Gary gun. That's when Deluxe Baldwin also came by, and I felt bad because Deluxe Baldwin had run the TCG room in 2019, and I had a total brain blip. Because there's also someone at Cherry Bomb Toys who, to me, looks and sounds a lot like Deluxe Baldwin, so I mix, and also I forget that Deluxe Baldwin is also the TCG person, so these 2.5 identities I constantly turn into a slurry in my brain. That's on me, though. Zero, that's how we should greet Vangelus from now on. Hey man, how's your stool doing? I mean, like right now, today, I'd say on the Bristol scale, it's probably like it's been kind of a solid 6, I think. Yeah, I was hanging out there, and I showed a couple of friends my funny thing that I was in that I cannot share online because I don't own it. I was able to show it twice, and I was really happy to finally be able to share it because it brings me such joy. And the only person I've been able to talk about it with is my friend who brought me on for it. It is not something that's available online. It is part of an educational package. So you have to be a K-12 student whose school has purchased this certain thing. If it's even, I don't even know if it made it in. I just, it's so funny though. If you saw it, then you know why Happy Enos is really funny. Yeah, we're hanging out there for a bit, and then I went to get ready for the news dive panel. The news dive panel went beautifully. It was a joy. I had such fun. The crowd was there. Aaron was on fire. We just had chemistry. We had energy with the viewership. I felt really vindicated because we brought up that, for those of you who have seen the news dive streams, you will remember the part where Dreamwave proudly proclaimed that their Micromaster miniseries was finally, for the first time, bringing punk to the Transformers. When presenting that to a panel room audience, I felt so vindicated how many people at some point audibly said, "What does that mean?" Apparently, Aaron told me there was a girl near the front row who was for possibly a full minute just sitting there going like, he was watching the mouth for a while. The fact that someone in the distance in the room literally shouted, "What does that mean?" Because for those who saw the streams, I believe I screamed that at least twice. So to hear someone else yell it, like, I felt so vindicated because the whole time I was like, maybe I just don't get it. Maybe I'm not smart like Pat Lee, OG Pat Lee, G1 Pat Lee. Maybe I just don't understand, what was so funny, so punk about it. But no, everyone in the whole room, there were all these different interpretations. Just people just going like, no. Like, like people having the indignancy that I expected. It was, yeah, so that was a highlight for me. Just like, I felt so vindicated. Like, to hear other people screaming it, because a lot of the people in the audience, this is worth mentioning, did not see the streams. So it was a fully organic, "What does that mean?" Like, just coming out of their mouth, and it made me so happy. It made me so happy. How is it not punk? True. That's the problem, right? Upon whom is it the responsibility to prove the is or is not, right? Anyway, that was very fun. We had some good questions too. We had some great. Aaron was just, when I showed him the slides, because I showed him the slides in the lobby. That's what else we did in the lobby. I showed Aaron the slides before we did the panel, and Aaron saw the part where I wrote using this phrasing that Aaron and I have been attending BotCon since the turn of the century, and that phrasing really made Aaron unhappy. So when we started the panel and we got to that bullet point, I was also like, just to show of hands, who here was born after 2004? And like, I think at least a quarter of the room put their hands up, and it made me so happy again, because I was like, you're all about to learn so many fun things. I get so excited about that. Like, it's one of the best parts of sharing the old fandom front page news. It's just like people who like, maybe I'm I don't know, Sideswipe Prime, like, maybe I'm overestimating a little. I thought I would maybe see a hand, like maybe 8-10 hands go up. I felt like I saw a lot of hands go up. So I was having a lot of fun. Eve Tronia, sorry, I missed some of the mess, but yeah, to quote, punk is a political thing as much as it's fashion and aesthetic. And like, maybe I'm misremembering the Micromaster miniseries. It's just, there is nothing about it that says to me like, ah yeah, punk. Ah yeah, punk. Let alone, finally, for the first time. Because as I think Trickster pointed this out in a previous stream when she was in the chat, it's like, no, other folks brought punk to Transformers the day they made fanzines, and I was like, yeah, you know what? You're right. PT, so many Bay babies grown up and going to con. Yeah. But you know what? So many Bay babies grown up and going to cons and being genuinely interested in this stuff is what makes me also like so happy and excited. Because like, how do I put this? I've gone on about this before. It's like the healthiest version of having so many age demographics in our community, let alone our fandom. And the fact that we can find this, like, interweaved unity in having fun looking at old stuff that happened, as opposed to, like, you know, older ones holding it over people's heads is like this deranged church bell about how we all know better or something, or younger fans going like, I don't need to know about none of that garbage, Grandpa! You know, like, everyone taking an interest. It makes me so happy. Oh, hello, Chicken Soup. I forgot. I've been going for about, already about 2 hours. I haven't done the haul yet. That's happening after I finish going through my kind of like ramble of the debrief. But converted to G1erism. So you got the church bell, so you can do dingling that. You can go dink donk and like shoot laser skulls and whatnot. Anyway, yeah, the news dive panel was a joy. It was very fun. And then when it finished, the YouTube panel folks came in. I was able to run them through things. So I don't know what constitutes a spoiler. So I will remain a little bit vague. But we had like a bunch of clips and a bit that we had that had kind of fermented. Basically, the way this YouTube panel went together was I basically, if I am there, I always offer, because I have come to understand, partly through my own experience, more importantly through the, I guess, unofficial Yelp reviews of others, that I'm pretty good at running a panel, and pretty good at organizing a panel, so I always offer once things are rolling, like, do you all want me to kind of take the reins on the panel itself as far as, like, designing us a track and trying to make sure that we sort of follow a timeline. So my main goal was to get us 35 minutes of Q&A. We ended up with about 30. I think I forgot that we had to end at 5:02 rather than like on the dot. Always slips my mind like in the moment. But that's still, 30 minutes. That's still close to what I was hoping for. Because we were going to do intros, and there were a couple of folks who had some stuff they wanted to present. I threw in a clip, mostly just because I was like, well, I'm doing all this. This is how this is my little greedy thing. So I threw in a segment from the Rise of the Beast mainline Optimus Prime review, where everyone's talking about coming, because I was like, well, I'll leave the closed captions on when I screen capture this. I'm just curious how this plays to a room, and people seem to start. My favorite part of doing that was that people were not laughing until the third come, and then it started to cascade, and I was like, this is what I was hoping for. I wanted everyone to kind of just like stare for the first one. So we did some intros. Most importantly, at the very last minute, basically, Ultra Primal is always part of the panel submission that we do. But because she was doing so much staffing stuff this year, we were not sure until the last minute if she could even make it on. And we weren't sure even if during the panel she'd be able to come in, right? To, like, jump on and say hello. So it was her and Name Brand Company. Name Brand Company, who's doing a 3D animated fan film, again, up till about the last minute was going to be there. So we were like, they had asked, and I thought this was fine. We all agreed, like, yeah, we can just play a clip, like a trailer of your thing. So we ran those. I did not know that one of the voice actors from that production was actually, like, filming it on their phone, at the middle back of the room to pass along to Name Brand Company, who got to hear an audience react to their trailer, which was like, it was neat to facilitate, if perhaps like a little unintentionally, that heartwarming moment. But then we had Paper Plane really wanted to share the Pizza Bots thing that Paper Plane and Jito are doing, and when I saw the footage, I was like friggin' flipping out, because I don't know how much they have shared since, but they're doing something that involves, like, paper cutout puppets and, like, drawn images of characters on, mounted on a stick. Some of the drawn images have manipulatable eyelids and stuff. Like, they're building little, like, hand-built little sets for everything. That is so my kind of stuff. Like, I don't know how many of you were here back in 2009, but Jacob and I were trying to put together a thing called It's Jimmy, that involved a lot of little built sets and little built paper puppets. I still have all of it in 2 tubs back at home at my mom's place, because Jacob basically ran into an editing issue and couldn't finish the edit, and the whole thing kind of, like, fell apart, and then Jacob was just gonna, like, trash all that stuff, so we kind of rescued it. But I love the idea of doing that as a medium. Perhaps in part because, like, weird puppetry adjacent stuff is already, like, my kind of thing with the little scenes I like to do here and there. But I thought it was amazing. And then what else is there? Toy Guy kind of, like, surprise dropped us each with a Bionicle. So I got my second Bionicle I ever got in my entire life. It's in my bag here. Yeah, it's this little thing. It's a ball. I don't know. They're called, like, a Borak Katavuvi or something. But this is my second Bionicle I've ever owned. It turns into a little freak. It does that. Anyway, I appreciated it. Yeah, it's the censored ball. Y'all are saying a bunch of words. I don't know if those are real. This is me. This is me every time Bionicle comes up. How's the elastic still stretchy? I think Toy Guy made these for us. Also, the elastic feels like it is a vinyl band. It's not a rubber band. Oh, the head should sit flat with the ball. Oh yeah, there's a brain. Right, I didn't look at mine. Why does the brain got a face? That's messed up. That's screwed up. Brain's kind of rubbery too. Anyway, I got Ballonicle. But yeah, then we went through all that stuff, and then it had been suggested, and I felt like it was appropriate, so I threw it in as a slide quickly. But, like, it had been suggested by one of the panelists, like, maybe we just put together a quick slide for, like, how to start a YouTube. So I thought that was a good idea. So that's in there, and we kind of, ran through it a little bit. I don't know how much I've gone on about it on streams. Like, my general thing about YouTube is, like, mainly make sure you are making stuff that you enjoy making for yourself first and foremost, and then for your friends and family next, because, like, there is a non-zero chance that is entirely who it's going to be for any random amount of time, and to not worry about anything else unless, you happen to pick up on, you happen to luck into getting pushed into someone's For You page, and at that point, like, if it seems like something you can adjust towards, do it, but don't, like, go like, now finally it is my time, because it still might just drop you the next day. So, like, just, you know, you gotta make sure you're making stuff you like making first and foremost. If you don't like making media, especially videos, then don't operate on YouTube, because you will probably just be unhappy most of the time. It's kind of like, hey, if you like streaming, I think it's really fun. If streaming, the idea of it gives you anxiety to the point where you don't think it would be healthy or fun to try to overcome that anxiety, then don't do it. You don't have to. Needs to be like fun for you first and foremost. Even if you pick up and like get a big audience or something, you still have to actually enjoy what you're doing when it comes to a creative medium, in my opinion. Fuzzy Bunny Man, sell out immediately. Heard. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Oh, sometimes I have a fan who promotes you to another bigger YouTube. Yeah, you know, if you like YouTubers, then tell your friends about them. Like, oh yeah, on Friday, after my de-stressing panel, when we were kind of doing the switch up for the next panel, I did pop on the mic one more time. I kind of tapped it, popped on to go like to whoever, to make sure it's still working, and just kind of went like, hey, quick shout out to some streaming pals. Check them out. Name dropped Diaclona and MRC. And when I did, one person in the back of the room did like a touchdown thing at the name drops, and I don't know who that person was, nor do I know if you were ever going to see this stream. But like, I'm curious who that was. There was one person in the back and went like, hey! And I asked folks who I met with on Sunday, and none of them were there on Friday, so I don't know who it was. Long was here. Hey! Oh man, so if I don't like living, just don't do it. I mean, in that sense, what I'll say is like, because of because what the devs did, you do require living to experience the world. So I think it is still imperative to continue living, because that is the user interface. Now, is that good design? You know, like, debatable, but it is a core part of the devs' vision that we are all kind of stuck with. So you do need to continue living to experience the world. And, you know, I can't patch it. I've been trying to hack it here and there a little bit, seeing if I can find some backdoors, but, like, they were praising the sun. It could have been. I want a refund for this early access. I mean, listen, they got our money already, Lee. Like, what... I've sent so many friggin' emails. They don't even reply to me. Like, anyway. So the YouTuber panel, we proceeded into some Q&A. It went pretty well. We did run out of time, but it wasn't, how do I put this? The energy was perfect, I felt. So last year we had Jobby on, and it was a little kooky. The energy was a little bit heightened. And this year Jobby had a table. And I was hoping, especially because our panel was on Sunday, that, like, last year we kind of got hit by a comet, because I think there was sort of a vibe of like, oh, is this my only chance to see Jobby? I am a viewer of his, and I really like him. I want to see him and say hello and ask a question. So I was hoping this year that having Jobby at a table in the dealer room would kind of absorb some of the meteor strike and allow people on their own time and not in a huge rush to, like, you know, get in the meet and greet that they would like. And when I was going around the dealer room on Saturday, I did make it over to Jobby's table to see how things were going. When I got there, he had 2 items left for sale. He had more than 2 items when he started. This was around noon, by the way. And he just had a lineup starting to structure at his table for, I believe, meet and greet purposes. And I was like, excellent. Perfect. Because when we got to the panel, I did make a slide as well to put up when we started doing questions, which was basically like, in a kind way, I was like, please try to be, with your questions, try to be singular and try to be succinct so that we can do as many of these as possible. Yeah, I thought it went really well. I did feel bad that we had at least 8 or 10 people who had to kind of just, like, you know, bail out of the line once we ran out of time. But it felt like the best version of that, if that makes sense. It felt like a good giant bomb panel from the turn of the decade in the 2010s, like the aughts to 2010s. It had the right vibe. By no plural questions. I was kind of like, everyone seemed to get it. It was like, please don't go, I have a question, and then linger and go like, I have another question, you know. I understand, Eve Tronia. Sorry, I just saw your message now about 20 seconds, but I get it now. Yeah, friggin' pay to win, customization, cosmetics, pay locked nonsense. But yeah, the YouTube panel went great. I thought everyone listened because I was kind of like, hey, if you want to talk to us after the panel, we have to leave immediately, so find us outside. And everyone went. I noticed this. Everyone went straight outside. There were a couple people that came up that were just friends of mine. We were chatting about some stuff because they were near the front row, but that's different, right? That's not like flooding the front and kind of pausing the changeover. Everyone went outside. Everyone was chatting. There were a bunch of people chatting outside. We didn't overload the lobby either. Like, it just felt really good. I was really proud of everyone. Like, everyone on the panel and everyone who was attending the panel. It felt like the final culmination of all of the toil that we went through on the last two panels. Nobody managed to invade the panel during the panel, and the crowd was really cool after the panel. That is also when, if I remember right, that's when I finally was able to connect with a couple folks from the Diaclonus server, and that was really fun because I was like, I would like to get. I'm trying to like touch base with as many, I call them circles and moors, right, in the ocean of people that I have. I was trying to touch base with as many as possible, and I was like, where's the friggin', where the girl cogs at? And we made the connection. It felt really good. Like, as far as like my needs out of a convention, as a bit of like a manic social butterfly, I was looking for that, and I was able to achieve it, and I felt really, really happy. That's a very selfish way to put it, because I also had nice conversations with everyone. Not to fully objectify every single person I interacted with as a moor and an anchor and a rod for me to slap a hook onto. Yeah, I was really having a good time, like just catching up with folks, hearing their stories, hearing how things were going for them at the show. That was about the point where it was Tim was there saying like, the only person I haven't really met from the crew is Aaron, and I was like, I will just Discord it. I was like, Aaron, where are you? Aaron was like, over at MacDo. So I was like, let's go over to MacDo. We just went over there to connect with Aaron and then head back. Because when given the question of like, do we actually want to go in to eat food here, me and Tim were both kind of like, no. It's like kind of like when faced with like, do we actually want to go in here and like get McFood? I was like, I only really wanted to do that once if I had to. So we headed back, and I think that's later in the Sunday. A bunch of us went to the restaurant. I had my second BLTA. But when we headed back, let me just see my timing here. Yeah, so Kian's second panel was at 3, but the dealer room closed at 4. I got back just after 3, and I saw, another crowd heading in for the Toymaker panel, and I decided, like, I never got to see Artist Alley, and maybe I want to do, like, a last-minute dealer room thrush. So I headed back with Bees, I believe, and hit the Artist Alley finally. So I will go on a tour of my Artist Alley wares when I do my, after we finish talking about this stuff. But I managed to do a tour of almost the entire Artist Alley. Got the 2 copies of Toymaker that I was trying to get at. And then headed into the dealer room for the final 15 minutes. And I was kind of like, okay, do I actually go around and like, I was kind of getting that feeling, right? That like bad FOMO tug of like, I still have money. Why? And I was like looking around at things, and I was like, nothing was really like tugging at me. And then almost thankfully, I bumped into Aaron Archer as he was like starting to pack up his table and struck up a conversation, and that took up most of the remainder of the dealer room time. So I don't think I told Aaron, but like, Aaron Archer, you saved me from dealer room FOMO. So we were just chatting about, how the show went, whatever. One of my favorite things was in the lobby at one night, Aaron Archer came up and went like, Chris, he called the streams podcasts. He was like, your podcasts are really long, because I'll pop in and I'll say hello and I'll kind of, say what's up, and I'll leave right afterwards. And then I'll come back 3 hours later and you're still there. And I was like, you got me, Hank. You got me. I cook meth. So yeah, I was exposed. But yeah, I you know, left the dealer room as it closed. There was a booth outside the dealer room that was fundraising for some kind of animal sanctuary. So I did take a look through there. They had Action Toys Machine Robo, but it wasn't any of the 3 I don't have. They had a lot of cool stuff, but it was mostly cool stuff that either I didn't really need or I already had, but really cool stuff to look at. Some mint in box Japanese Machine Robo from original Machine Robo. Another booth in there had more in-box original Machine Robo. It was all very expensive, obviously. I did not have the money for it, but it was really cool to see. Oh, Shane, thank you. It was a rat rescue. Yeah. Because it was a rat rescue, but then the Toy Maker book was fundraising for a bat rescue, and I started to conflate the two in my head, and I was like, because it's bats and rats, and they rhyme. Yeah, I headed back to the lobby, because I wanted to get things signed. And I knew Kian had mentioned that they were going to set up at the little table outside with Kian and Eric Siebennaler and Marty Eisenberg to just sign books and sell books that they had left over. However, however, that's where things got a little complicated. I got them all signed, and it was fine. But our little queue got, because the dealer room closed, it was like the dealer room closed, and I forgot this. The panel that was setting up while this was happening was the G1 voice actor panel that had Frank Welker on it. So the entire yellow shirt volunteer contingent basically descended on the area and were uber managing every lineup. Because I don't know this for sure. I have a theory that the hotel maybe got tetchy about Kian's deleted scenes line projecting through 2 buildings and almost into a third. So our little line for the Toy Maker book got like shunted into the wall with a lot of check. I was like, stay in single file, get your books out, and have them all ready, blah, blah, drill sergeant. Partly because they were snaking the Frank Welker and other actors Q&A line inside the lobby like a labyrinth that butted up against ours twice. And I was like, oh, we are collateral damage. Well, A, we are collateral damage. B, thank goodness I didn't really have intention to see the Q&A panel, because I would be making the call now that is impossible. So we pulled off the signatures, and then I told everyone, hey, do we want to? Because this was the Aaron and TJ and B's, like the podcast crew. I was like, I would kind of like to eat first, because we were planning to record a podcast since we were all there physically together for the first time in like 15 years. And I was like, no, let's record a podcast, but again, from my experiences, let's record a podcast that's no longer than an hour after everything finishes on Sunday, but before the evening, so that we're getting it done, we're not lingering, and we're not all just sitting in a room chatting while everyone's having fun downstairs. So I was like, let's go. Do you guys want to go eat now? Then we do the podcast, and then all our responsibilities are done. So we did that. So we went to the restaurant, and it turns out going to the restaurant during the G1 voice actor panel meant the restaurant was dead ass empty. And I was like, what good timing. Because the restaurant was filling up as we left. So I had another BLTA. Chatted with everyone a little bit more. Everyone was kind of fatigued and in pain, because a lot of these folks were the folks who were doing Disney stuff. Some of them doing Disney stuff for multiple days in the week prior. So there was a lot of just like raw fatigue at the table. Yeah, I'm more BLTA than what better thing to get in me in California than avocado on toast? Am I right? It's the bit, because it's the bit. Oh, Tim, okay, one organizer told me they were super proud that everyone got into the panel room for that G1 panel. Oh, I can't even imagine those logistics. Can't even imagine. Very millennial of me, yes. Anyway, avocado, by the way, good for you. You gotta salt it, though. That's the key thing. Get some nice sea salt. Crumple a little sea salt on your avocado so it doesn't brown up immediately. And also enhances the avocado flavor a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you're just eating a fistful of salt. Not as cool as it sounds. But then after that, we did go upstairs. We recorded a pretty fun podcast. It's about an hour long in RAW. I need to get that file to Bees for editing. And then we headed back downstairs, and it was a lot of hanging out, a lot of chatting. I feel like I did something else that night, but I can't remember what. Because there's this sort of blur, and I remember at one point I went to the outside bar after it felt like a lot of folks had gone to bed. Right, I remember now. We played Magic: The Gathering like cool people. We went to oh, there it's catching up in the chat now. Yeah. So Bees and TJ both really wanted to learn Magic Commander, and Aaron had brought like 500 decks with him. I had 2 decks with me. So after we headed back down, we kind of pinpointed that outside the restaurant was another micro lobby with a really good table that nobody ever hangs out at. So we took that spot over and set up a game of Commander. It ran a little bit long, but it was pretty fun. I ran my RC deck and didn't draw into any of my cool stuff. Aaron was running Captain America, and then he had lent 2 precons to TJ and Bees. Bees had the Bloomborough Squirrels precon. The moment that, Bees had the Bloomborough Squirrels precon. TJ had the other one, and I don't remember what it was. Was it from Aetherdrift? Anyway, TJ ended up winning. I maybe king-made a little bit because I really wanted to kill Aaron. Because Aaron got some friggin' nonsense going on. So I managed to kill Aaron whilst Aaron was cresting like 120 life because I made a commander damage investment on him early on, and I was able to follow up on it. It was a pretty fun game. I felt bad that we only really ran the one game because I know like Tim... You were equipped for playing, and a couple other folks were eager and ready to try doing a bit of playing. We did that, and then Aaron and a couple other folks had to go upstairs to prepare to leave in the morning. So then we saw that weird giant vending machine full of condoms and Pokemon cards. And what was it? So someone was almost willing to purchase the Pokemon cards, but they were too expensive. And then can you when you're playing Commander, it's a 4-player free-for-all, so you have to politic a lot, and that can involve dogpiling. And I thought that we did the politicking pretty well. Bees was suffering a bit. Bees, it turns out, had acquired a bit of an injury that was not clear until later on. But Bees also did enjoy the squirrels. I felt a little bad because Bees was asking me like, oh, what precon was that? I want to buy it. And I was kind of like, well, I think you can. It's this one from Bloomborough. It is the most expensive one from Bloomborough because it's full of squirrels. And everyone wanted it. But I assumed maybe they had done another print run by this point. Was it just those 2 products? Pretty much. It was like a whole lot of condoms. A whole lot of condoms. A couple tampons. And at the very bottom, Pokemon cards. Just 2 different packs. That were double retail price, if I remember right. So it was like $10 a pack or something. There were checks made with TJ, since TJ's store sells cards, of like, how much are these at your store? And it was like half that. And it was like, oh, it's like maybe just leave this machine alone. And then the Pokemon cards were there for the kids, right? Because the parents are like, ah, yes, condoms and tampons, we need these. Our child, look there, Pokemon cards. Whilst we buy these condoms and tampons, the things we need. But after that, I was like, I do need to get out into the lobby area, because at this point in the evening, this is when I was trying to connect with Evan from the AV team to get at the panel footage from the AV cameras. So eventually, we kind of maneuvered I think this is when I got this is when I was handing out my cereal bars. And then we maneuvered to the outdoors bar, because that's where a lot of people were. That's where Sam was. Frank Totoro was out there. A person I love catching up with every convention, having the quick catch up. Mom, can I get those weird balloons? So we went out there, and that's where I also did another screening of the thing I can't share online. Like, I'm reticent to even share it in like the Discord VC stream, just because like it is not mine, and like I just do not want to risk anyone screen recording it, even though I know like if I ask, people won't. It's just like a safety thing because it is absolutely not mine at all. But I was able to screen it for a whole bunch of people in that outdoor bar, and people enjoyed it, and that made me very happy and very Enos. And then that's also where I connected with Evan, and I was able to get all the footage. We were finally talked to Sam for more than a minute. Sam still had one of his 3D printed whirls on him that he was selling. I think they were like 200. Absolutely fine price for something that is that handcrafted, in my opinion. I don't have one, but it was very no. It's here, Tombot. It is. Hang on. It is Enos. It's about morphology. Yeah, we were then talking a whole bunch about Student Scissors' 3D printed Prime. Kind of just having a chat about like I have a lot of opinions on how much 3D print artists, in my opinion, undervalue their work, and it's just a permutation of the way that like a lot of 2D artists almost have to undervalue their work to make it saleable, which really irritates me. Not at the artist, obviously, just at the marketplace. It's not even the prices, it's the number of buyers that I feel do not respect the deal they're getting from these artists. So I'm kind of like, I am a bit of a war drummer about that. Like if someone says, well, why is Sam selling that whirl for $200? That's like $10 of plastic. It's like, yeah, he also printed it, he assembled it. He also, just to mention, designed it to work as a toy, etc., etc. I feel that for like a Voyager-sized, fully transforming 3D printed piece that is also built to be durable, to withstand being in someone's carry-on and whatnot, $200 it's not cheap, but I think it's a completely reasonable ask. I don't think anyone did this, but like I would definitely like, I would be grabbing someone by the ear if they're like, you should be charging $30 for that. It's like, no, let me take you by the ear for a second, kid, come with me, kid. Freaking some dude with like a huge like gray handlebar mustache. Yeah, I have a lot of beliefs about that stuff. Not just with 3D printing, obviously, also with 2D art. I feel like with 2D art, we at least have a lot of dissemination about the topic, a lot of conversation about the topic. With 3D printed stuff, I think that it's still new enough that like there's just a lack of education about like what goes into a 3D printed piece, even though a lot of people have access to printers now. Anyway, that's a little bit of a tangent, but we were chatting about that a whole lot. And then eventually I was like, I made a vow that I would go upstairs before 2:30 in the morning, because I still had to film the packaging of a lot of toys before shredding them to try to stuff everything into 2 carry-on bags. So I did a bunch of that, and then did some more in the morning when I woke up. Still a little, I cut it a little bit close, I think. Yeah, I didn't really catch anyone in the morning. I don't know if you all saw on Blue Sky. So I didn't manage to connect with anybody to share a ride share, but I had signal now, so I was like, this is fine. I'll just get a Lyft, and I'll head, because the Lyfts were all $20 cheaper than the Ubers. So I got a really good Lyft driver. While I was waiting out front, I glanced over at one of the large, flower pots. I just noticed 3 bags of weed in the flower pot, 2 of them unopened, because they hadn't ripped the top yet. One of them opened, but pretty full. I looked at it, I was kind of laughing, I was like, right, this is the United States. This stuff's legality changes state by state. So I looked at it and I was like, somebody overestimated how much they needed to have a good time. And I respected that they put it right there in the open, and also clearly showed 2 of those bags were unopened. So, one of them might have been full of fentanyl or whatever. I don't know. Don't open I would just say, if it's clearly been opened, maybe just leave that one alone. But I appreciated they put the 2 unopened ones right there, because I was like, you know what? Someone's going to be happy about that. That's fair, and that is respecting the hubris, hopefully, that you are now able to realize. Hopefully that was done humbly. You bought too much. You shot a little too far. You Icarused your needs a little bit. You can't take that stuff in the airport, so I wasn't touching it. But I believe it was Grandfather OG, for those who are wondering. And by the way, it was just flour, so you can't just like take it and eat it, because nothing will happen. It'll taste bad and you'll get a stomachache. It had not been carbonized. The true pot of greed, yes. Correct. But yeah, that was I think a very funny way to close out my time at the venue. I got to LAX. The driver was great. I got there, got checked in. I lingered a bit to drink at least half of the bottle of Coke Zero I still had left over before I chucked it. Security was a breeze, and I was able to just like happily eat a burger and fries at that whatever that place is that's by the gates next to the burrito place. They do smash burgers. Had burger and fries and just chilled out on my phone and my laptop until boarding. Boarding was easy. The flight was easy. Customs was a little bit long at Toronto, but otherwise easy. Customs going over was done in Toronto and was easy. So I had my as far as like my border travel, it was fine. Thankfully. I think there are plenty of just like, critical failed dice rolls that could have happened that could have gone real bad, given several headlines I've been keeping up with. But my travel back went fine. As far as I know, all my toys survived. It's a great segue to go to the desktop cam. And I was at LAX, by the way, for those who are wondering. I was a little worried about LAX and being an international traveler from Canada. But, yeah, things went well on the way back. Travel was very, very straightforward. We are getting close to the part where I recap doing this stream and we go full circle, yes. No, I was going to show off. This is my one-step changer I got. So it's like plane mode and then car mode. It's pretty cool that they make like a masterpiece one-step changer now. Like obviously there's a couple of like, you have to take a few liberties to fit both modes in, but it's such a breezy transform. Feels great. Face Forward was messing with his shatter recently on a couple Discords, and it made me want to run mine through the modes. And I hadn't run mine through the modes, like sat down to just like spend time with this toy properly in a while. So I was wondering, like, can I do the thing I think I can do, which I hope I can do, which is just do this in hunks from front to back, and you can. So it's this is the Metagate Shatter, or Red Fantasy. Still one of the best pieces that I have handled in a long time. I love this thing. Partly because it is so durably built that I can fumble my way through trying to remember how it works without breaking anything. So yeah, that's my one-step changer. Basically, like, there's a bit of jet in the car and a bit of car in the jet. I think a little bit less car in the jet. The jet's just kind of funny looking. It's, like, plump. So I like it. It's cute. But yeah, the car, like, obviously you can see where the wings go. They are hidden away in here. And then the top fuselage and rear tail fins are all this. I love that Violence Husband has a crazy half-and-half mode. Have they shown any more? Has Metagate shown anything else about that dropkick? Because this made me start to get impatient again. I was like, where is the dropkick? I will say, this is on the ceiling of my complexity comfort level. And if you have trouble with complex transformations, and especially with remembering, like, the language of a complex transformation, this might be a bit of a nightmare if you don't just have, like, to coin the phrase, or to not coin the phrase, to use the coined phrase. If you don't have the MGO video sitting right there to help you, this could be a bit of an overwhelming piece. It's just that I feel one of its greatest qualities is that if you screw up and you get lost, it's not easy to also break it while you're screwed up and getting lost. The toy can handle you getting lost, which is, I think, a testament to Metagate and their priorities in putting this thing together. But yeah, it's especially, really, it's mostly the jet mode, I think. Car to robot, robot to car is not straightforward, but it is definitely, like, within, like, it makes a lot of sense. All of the complexities are basically fitting the jet mode in. Because a lot of the jet mode is these wings. These wings are there for the robot mode too, so you can parse them as robot mode detail if you're ignoring the jet mode. Specifically, getting to the jet mode can be a bit complex because, like, the two arms are here, for instance, and, like, there's one of the hands, and, like, there's the nose cone, and there's a bunch of other stuff. The front landing gear is inside of her head. So it is still really a really cool piece. Part of the reason also why I'm messing with it more is I want to internalize more of its transformation language so I can feel comfortable to start scripting a video and not daunting myself at, like, trying to film how it works in a way that I would find satisfying. I gotta shove this. I gotta shove the hand up the cone. There we go. I can tell just by looking at any one picture. Yeah, it's a lot. Ruby, what's up? Is that a Borok? It's my second Bionicle ever. Toy Guy gave all of us one of these Ballronicles at the YouTuber panel. People said that I was supposed to check the brain of mine, so mine has a face for a brain. It's kind of scudgy. Feels weird. You can also see here, like, this is not like an elastic band. This is like it's almost like a silicone band. I don't know. I assume Toy Guy knows what he's doing when it comes to his bonkles. Like, I don't really know how these things work, but it was given to me as a ball. We all, like, Toy Guy just, like, took out all these balls out of a bag and we're like, here's a ball, here's a ball. This one's yours. There, have a ball. And I was like, all right, I will. I'll have a ball. We're having a ball at this panel. I.e., we're having fun. But yeah, this I assume this is like a third-party band that doesn't disintegrate. A ball sack, you might say. I don't. Well, it was empty afterwards. So then, what is an empty sack that once contained balls? I don't know. Someone who got kicked in the. But yeah, that was at the YouTuber panel. So we might not have footage of that because that's early on enough that the camera shot might have just been of me and Paper Plane and half of TJ. So yeah, I don't know. Is that the OG band? Did they do, like, these silicone-type bands? Because it just doesn't feel like a rubber band. It feels, like, smooth and shiny. I just know there's no lime green plastic ball sockets on this, so it should be safe to chuck around. A miserable little ball of secrets. Listen... I understand you might have just gotten it from a hardware store, but third-party rubber band sounds really funny to me. So, like, just give me this. Just give me this. Oh, so that's the original. That's just what Lego gave out in the year 1972 or whatever Bionicles came out. Because yeah, the little guy, like, you know, he transformed into a funny little freaky dude. You know, awooga. I don't know if the teeth do anything. Press down on the eyes. Holy moly! Ugh. It fell. It fell. Why does he shoot his brain? Why do I press on his eyeballs to shoot his brain? That's messed up. I don't think Bionicle's appropriate for children. Cause I just saw this and I was like, the brain is a face hugger for other bonkles. Oh, so you can go like, I like bricks. Okay. Lore. That's right. I forgot. Bionicle has lore. Sent me a pic of the gimmick in the Discord. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Satisfy Prime. Get my chat window back. But yeah, just to start going over what's on my desk already, there was the Bionicle. I was also gifted my choice out of a box full of metal figs. So I took Mr. Monopoly, because a lot of the other stuff in there I didn't really know that well, and I was like, you know, leave that for the folks who know. But I know Mr. Monopoly, so that's kind of cool, especially as a board games enthusiast. I chose capitalism. Let me go. I gotta. This is what I put all my toys in. I put them all in here and put this in a messenger bag. That's how, and then filled it with laundry. That's how I traveled. Oh, I was also gifted, because I was told that I do not owe anything for these. I was gifted some of these things that come with a peg pin pusher punchers. And so they're interesting. I guess, well, I don't know. It's easier to throw them around in these little coffins. But there was a stupid. They come with page punchers. Thank you. They come with 2 comic books, and they come with a stand that you can display the comic books in, with one in front of the other. And I was told, like, isn't it frustrating that you can't show both comics? And I was just kind of like, really, my only question is, like, why would I display one floppy comic like this ever? I mean, these are neat. They were more articulated than I thought, because, you know, they got ball socket shoulders, and the little head moves around, and they can do that. So we were able to, 'cause I remember when I pulled them open on Saturday night, I was asked, like, make them kiss, and I was like, no, you don't understand. We have been working on the science. The problem with Transformers is that their breasts are all way too large, so they can't reach each other's faces. So they have to Spider-Man it, if possible. But we did figure out, what was it? We figured out that we could, because these little guys are just interlocky enough. If you kind of like, you see, you can kind of do this and they stay together. But you can also, I was able to get this to hook together before. I'm just doing Gatai. I was able to get Megatron to carry Optimus in Spider-Man smooch posture. Yeah, here we go. So now they're just making out. Oh! No. There we go. So yeah, this is how we can get them to make out. And now they're all like, and then if you want to, like, open access here, you can. Create a superior life form. Yeah, there. Choo-choo Gatai. Thank you, Alexis Silver. A moi Gatai. But yeah, the deal that I made in the dealer room. Ooh, he's still in one piece, and he's not bent. Hooray! So, I think it was Tony Prito who was, like, attached to the Las Vegas table clump. Had this guy in the box, kind of beat up but unopened, for $25 American. So I asked people, how much do Voyagers cost in America? So I believe we deduced it was like $10 off, so nearly 30% off. So I was already like, well, damn, because I only ever got Wreck-Gar, so I would love to get a deal on either of the other Junkions. But then I was like, but I want more of a deal. So he also had this, which is the Missing Link Cliff Jumper. So I said, how much is this? He said 40. So I was like, will you do me a deal on both of these? So he was like, I don't know, like 60 for both. Oh, his little thing is bent. I have to bend it back. So anyway, I got $5 off both of these. So I got these for 60 American total, which felt fine for a Voyager and a Missing Link little guy. Also, this guy, maybe it was just because I haven't messed with Studio Series 86 Wreck-Gar in a while. This guy felt way better than I remembered Wreck-Gar feeling. Like, I don't know, maybe it's these new bits here, but like I was really pleased with that. So yeah, I got me Scrap Lump or whatever he's called. I've already forgotten the Junkion names. And then I got me what are these little guys? So I haven't really messed with the missing link guy. I pulled him out already because he comes in a styrofoam coffin, and I know that for some folks the sound of styrofoam is anathema to life. So I wanted to spare you all that. But yeah, when he gets going, you know, when he suddenly becomes modern to link the missing. And you got a little Cliff Jumper. Now, why Cliff Jumper? Because to me, he is objectively better than Bumblebee. Why is that? Because I have character-based reasons? Because I don't like Volkswagen? No, it's because he comes with an extra gun. And Bumblebee comes with a sticker saying it's really Volkswagen. I think the extra gun is more interesting. Yeah, by the way, for those who find Styrofoam to be skin-crawling and have not picked up a missing link little guy, get a friend to help you, because he and especially the little pistol here, they are buried in the Styrofoam, and you have to really get in there and squeak a squeak to pull him out. Like, you can't wiggle him out. You have to really interact tactilely with the Styrofoam. So if you have not picked one of these up and you want to, and you are Styrofoam averse, get a friend to help you. I will say it right now, you will want a friend to help you, most likely. I eat Styrofoam, get on my level, says Tom and True. I'm built different! But yeah, I think it's cool that he can do this kind of, you know, cocksure little pose. I haven't tried to transform him. Lee, I can handle the styro sound if I am doing, but not if someone else is. Interesting. Yeah, I know Styrofoam nausea is like there's a wide gradient of it. So I will say, like, you have to, it will squeak getting him out. But it's only the one piece of Styrofoam, so once you get him out, if you just never put him back in, then you're all good. Oh, can you do a dab? Let's see. I'll send you my toys to you to open them. Where's my Styrofoam operator? He kinda can. He kinda can. It's hard to get this arm up the right way without kind of... You have to do a little bit of finicky faddling. Yeah, there we go. Chris Muse saying it's the reverse for you. So you can watch other people Styrofoam, but you can't yourself. Oh, we have a dab emoji? What? Can you do the DX chop? No, he can barely reach his own tummy. It is interesting, like, I don't know, for most of you have probably seen how this stuff works now, but I think it's neat, like, how there's, like, a gajillion hinges to, like, facilitate motion with his weedy little arms. Also, there are a ton of joints, like, inside the legs, too. Like, I see why he costs a fair bit, there's just a ton of construction going on. And I did catch this from, I think it was Toy Guy who pointed this out where I saw it, that, like, the little fist has a little peg to grab onto in this mode, so that, like, everything is locked. And then Penny Racer! Something else I've seen pointed out, just by nature of how they did the neck design, there's a little bit of stuff showing there. I don't really care, but, like, I've seen it pointed out a whole bunch, so it's an FYI. Yeah, lots of peg fisting. Nowhere to put this. I think that's a bit of oversight. I think it would have been very cool for this very bespoke piece to have been built with, like, a wedge-shaped thing to, like, rest back here, or like this on there. I think that would have been cool. The dab emote is elbow cough. Huh. But yeah, Missing Link Cliff Jumper and Junk Pile Heap foot go together. I haven't done... Here's the stickers that the missing link comes with. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with these. I gotta look at where they're supposed to go. But that's interesting. I also, when I was in the dealer room, saw this guy stand... At TF Source, they had this guy standing on top of all of their Blockies boxes. Little critique for TFcon dealers. All I saw were sealed boxes or unopened boxes of Blockies. Once you have sold 3 or 4 of the figures out of, say, a Galaxy box, open up the rest, sell them opened for $5 more. They will move. Because a lot of people are looking for specific ones. I talked to a lot of people who said they would probably be fine paying an extra fee to just know the one they're getting. Now, this one I needed because if you have seen the Vox shredding, I pulled the chase of this. So I was looking for a normal IDW Optimus. This was just standing there on top of everything at TF Source. So I walked over and I was like, hey, can I buy that? Like that one? And they were like, sure. It's $15. It's the same cost as the rest of them. So I was like, okay. So there is a way, right? Because I have deduced this. There is a way, if I bide my time correctly, that I could just get another box of Wave 6 for like 70-some Canadian, then hopefully pull this one and take the rest of them and sell those for, you know, 10 to 15 bucks each. Basically get this for free, or even make some money on top, whatever. Or I could pay $15 to just get it done because it's right in front of me. That is what I refer to as convenience tax. Where I was like, there is a way that I could do this for cheaper, or even for free, or even make like 5 or 10 bucks. But I could also just spend $15 right now and deal with it. And so I did. So there we go. I have solved my Wave 6 chase scenario. I used to do that with candy toys all the time. And you know, it might have been worth it. I was just like, because this is the one that is right there looking at me. I was like, nah, this feels like this is just... This is one of those, like, the universe maybe doesn't talk to people, but also maybe it does, who knows. Right now, it feels like it's talking to me. Over a very trivial notion, but... We pay the time tax. Everything else that I got was from Artist Alley, or... it was either Artist Alley, or it was stuff that friends had been proxy buying for me from Ross or Walmart. For months. So, the rest of my haul was not from the dealer room, but it was TFcon haul. So what did we get? Some of these Ross faves you might recognize. There were a couple of these that ended up being accidentally redundant. So I already had him, I think. I need to go double check that still, but I'm pretty sure I already have him. So I was thinking it could be fun to try doing a custom job of like painting him purple or something, or painting him shattered glassy. I don't know. I was just like, well, you know, what are we gonna do with this? Could have some fun with it. So I think he might be a dupe. Also, this was not gonna be a dupe. This was from Ross, but Student Scissors really kindly gifted me a couple of figures. When sending over the 3D printed Prime. One of them was Battle Trap. So I was like, uh-oh. So, I'll figure out what to do with the spare Battle Trap. I have some repainty ideas. Either way, I like this figure, having now messed around with him. I understand the parts of him people don't really like, but I think he's neat. But yeah, I ended up with, like, less than a week before the show with a spare one. So I'm like, hey, you know... I was gonna try to keep the 2 guys who were sort of duplicated in their packaging, but not having a check bag ended up very quickly demonstrating to me, like, no, I need to just get these open. The one from Ross did mean I could film the packaging, so, you know, we got the backdrop shot with the B-roll. What are your thoughts on Omega Prime, since some people have it in hand now? I haven't really got any yet, Bunyeast, because, like... I looked at the photos, it looks fine. I haven't really heard much about, like, the in-hand feel or the play pattern experience. So, I haven't really got much to, like, add to the photos that are visible. It's pretty cool that folks in New Zealand are getting first crack, I think. Have a good night, Griff. But yeah, another Ross one. I folded this one into more portable mode, but twin cast with eject or rewind. I think it's I can't remember now. They all look the same to me. But yeah, I like this mold. The Ross price made me go like, no, if you see it, I would be down for blue. Bees also, I think, wanted to just give this one to me out of the 4-pack, so I've got one of these. The weird, actually maybe a troop builder, because Mark Marr has headcanon for it. Along was here, we call that a functionist. I like this mold too, so and also I like the idea that this is a troop builder. So I was like, if I ever actually get the 4-pack, then I'll have 2 of them to put with Tarantulas. So hell yeah. Also, if anyone just wants to give me these at no cost, let me know. I don't really know if I want to pay money for one now that I've been given one, but if you have nothing else to do with them, you just let me know. Or, give them to a child who probably could just use a free toy. Like, that's probably better. What else we got in here? What's all this? One of the deluxes had one of these in it that I don't think was supposed to be in there, so I think I have a spare torso now. Unless that's a thing that happened. Because I did... Because of... Wait, where are they? Because of Earthspark Deluxes. Right, one of them was Shockwave in order to get at that arm. I got that arm. The other one was Bumblebee, from the Earthspark Deluxes. So I've got torso, I've got arm, I've got other arm. I thought there was another piece. Like, basically, one of them had one of these bits, and then there was another torso in there. Maybe Beast just shoved the extra torso in. I don't know. Oh yeah, one of the other Ross ones was this fella. Because basically at this... I have sort of accidentally collected the Studio Series Maximals. I wanted the Air Razor, and then I picked up Primal, and then I just got a good deal on the Rhinox out west in BC from Cherry Bomb. And then when this guy was at Ross, I was like, I guess I'll pick him up, because he's like the one I'm missing now. So I haven't transformed him yet. I just like... I figured, like, this is probably the most carry-on luggage-friendly mode. Alexis Silver, I have got no line on a Grimlock, and I can't find a for sale Optimus because I missed all the cheap ones at Pulse. I don't think they have them anymore. They have $35 ones at Toys R Us at Dufferin now, but I'm not paying that. Not now. Not that I can get them on sale. Oh yeah, and then off the Walmart thing, Bees was able to grab me this from that, like, 1-hour Walmart sale. So this is the Legacy Armada Wheeljack. Also got a couple of these. A couple of these I did not deal with. There's Twin Cast's gun. Ooh, Toy Guy, thank you, thank you. Yes, more footage of struggling. Please, please, thank you. Yeah, I'll grab that after the stream. Thank you very much. And then, thanks to Sideswipe Prime, who saw these when they were on super discount on Walmart some months ago. I got the Fury of Ferrak for, like, what was it, $10 or something? Oh, one of his little things fell off. Here we go. I guess now I can put them in the real spots. I did not transform this guy yet either. I was just, like, messing with all his bits and, like, sticking his parts on to fit him into the bag. Alan Weaver, you have Grimlock at your local Walgreens. I have not seen him in Canada ever. Yes, that's my Prime. Thank you for doing this. This is the proxy buy. But yeah, it was Ferrac, so I am now among the many who have gotten a cheap Ferrac. And then this was also on sale, the 3-pack with Thundertron. So we got Thundertron here. This goes with Scrapple Junkle Pile Dung Poop. And then we got Flag. And then we got Icy Rock Car with the funny shaped head. Can I flip that head out? Forgot. Yeah, here we go. It's me. Hello. Yeah, the thing about Ferrac, right, that is a real, like, tease. Ferrac is also just a really good toy. Where I'm, like, happy to have more versions of it. Alright, so what's in my tissue bags here? What's this one? This is okay. This is from Megatron. This is Earthspark Megatron's gun, and I guess now another spare arm. So I'll add that to the limb pile. Put the cannon on Megatron just so I don't lose it. Thundertron, the sheer comedy of you having trouble standing because of the peg leg is like, you gotta do not prove the people right. Stay upright. Yeah, getting it for the US Walmart sale price Mosatron, like I was friggin', maybe I'm overestimating what I was doing. I feel like I was all over the, like, just Discords everywhere going like, who can someone, because I had just looked at it at, you know, $70 Canadian liter price point a day before that sale, and had been sitting there going like, oh man, I kind of want it though. Why has this got such a thin peg? Am I forgetting something about the sideswipe mold? I don't know. That's a super thin peg. Let me just stick Armada Wheeljack's famous sticks onto him. That way or this way? That seems to fit better. Alright. Why he pegs so small, so thin, so weedy? I'm mad. Alright, then this last one must be for the Thundertron trio. Yeah, Mosatron, during that last Walmart sale with the friggin' leader classes at, like, I don't remember, like the one that the Wheeljack came from, I was just like, I was F5ing on Canadian Walmart, going like, please! Please! Degeneragent X, retooled missile end for complicated safety thing. Oh! I had completely missed that. Thanks for sharing the info. Is everything right? Yeah, we got all the tissue bits. Put this back in my bag. Alright, so you go with little rock car friend. And Thundertron here gets a sward. Just gonna give him his fake foot for now. Give him a little bit of a fighting chance of not falling over amidst all this domino effect waiting to happen. But yeah, I'm not a hater of retail Thundertron. Well, they're both retail. I'm not a hater of Wave 1 Thundertron. I don't mind it. But I like them both. So especially when one of them is cheaper, I'm like, no, I'll just have 2 Thundertrons, thanks. But I like both Thundertrons. I know people's reasons either way. That's fine. I just like them both. So noticing this has like a peg on here too. So now the only Star Raider capsule member I'm missing is Lockdown. Lockdown is a mold I don't like. But now I kind of want the Lockdown one to finish the set. That's the brain sickness. But I do not like that mold. That the Junkion car mold is my least favorite Junkion. which is to say I actually don't like it very much. His hook is 5. Yeah. Oh, I should try it with the sword. Yeah, I'd heard when this first came out that the hook was sized correctly. Oh, that's sick. That does work. Chris means Voyager Thundertron is young Thundertron. This is old Thundertron. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Lockdown is the best version of that mold, in my... Okay. Now, I still would like to pick up Lockdown, but now I'm so freaking keyed in. I'm like, I don't want to pay retail for Lockdown. I want sale Lockdown. I don't know if I'm going to find sale Lockdown in Canada, but I'm going to try. But if anyone catches Lockdowns on sale, let me know. That's on the list. Sale lock, especially if you're coming to TFcon Toronto, because then you can hand it to me in a few months. But yeah, I want cheapo Lockdown, please. Still no side peg on this, right? Yeah. Oh well. So is there a little... Oh, the peg is on the wrong side on this. Darn it. Or is there one... No, never mind. I really wanted to just, like, stick the flag on him somewhere. But yeah. I'm going to shove a bunch of this back into my plastic bag so I can show you all my Artist Alley haul. So, let's make our... Oh, wait a second. There's a smart way to do this. There's a smart way to do this. Why don't I take all this first? Okay. Hold the fort for a second. I will be right back. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna carry this to a recycle spot for a sec. While I do that, YouTube keeps yelling at me to push a button for an ad. So why don't I do that whilst I run off for a sec? And then you all can tell me what happens when I push the button. Wow, you yell at me about this button constantly. You didn't even show me the friggin' button. Where is it? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Get ready. I'm gonna insert it. Oh, wait. First, let's click off this. Nope, not that one. This one. All right. I'm gonna insert it. Get ready. Here it comes. It inserted an ad. Anyway, I'll be right back. Did it insert an ad? What happened? What happened? It did not insert... Well, then what's the friggin' button for? I don't know. It's always like, make sure you push the button to insert an ad for your streaming audience. Okay. They even made it a bespoke button up at the top that's a $sign with a plus next to it. So I'm like, here we go. And it had a little pop-up. It was like, ad inserted. I don't know. Wait, do you all have premium? Do you all have... Oh, Shane, you got an ad. Okay. So it works. I was gonna say, like, I don't think this is gonna, like, make it around ad blockers. I know a bunch of you have premium, so, like, hopefully that's where it puts one in the VOD, since that's when I get up for a second. Chris Muse, I got an ad for a local Mitsubishi dealership. Shane, what What was your ad? Also, let me know. I can't do anything about it, but let me know so I can feel bad if it sticks in some kind of, like, scum-ass political ad. I know that tends to happen on YouTube a lot, too. Sky Sayo, I don't use ad blockers, I just expel them with my mind powers. Working on it. That is a goal, though. Personal training goals. I have U-block origin like a superior human. YouTube is like... just fist at the sky. Origin U-block! Damn it! Not again! Every time! It keeps happening! Oh, by the way, where's the spot? Where's the spot? Here we go. Evo Fusion! I do good. I do good. And then these parts, I'm gonna keep these parts here so I don't lose them immediately. I'll keep my junkie on here because I like me some junkie-ons. You two get a room. Alright, so, Artist Alley. One of the first things that I bought at Artist Alley... oh, Lee, you sent me a message on Blue Sky. Let me go take a look. Up. Up. What happened? Ooh, is that Earthspark? Is that the Earthspark one? The head looks right. Let me transfer this over. That's very pretty. Yeah. Make sure this is shown. Oh, I'm not even in the... There I am. Ugh, where's the window? How does this look? Oh wait, you described it first. Washes and layers, slightly lighter metallic paints being loosely applied to a base coat with some glow-in-the-dark red for the energon highlights. Ooh, that looks really nice. Lando Joe, how does it work when someone's a streamer, someone's in the text chat? Who says psych? Who gets the punch buggy? That makes the eyes really pop. I like that. Like, I don't remember, and also have never seen the stock version, but that is sticking out a whole lot. I like it. I get the punch buggy. Me! Damn it. Oh, that looks great. I think... Yeah, this is the biggest shot, but I think this is also really communicating the sheen. Stock, his eyes are blue. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, that looks awesome. Thanks for passing along your good work, your friggin' great work, Lee. Where was I? Here we go. Tiny little do-nothing, powerful biceps though on a current scientifically accurate Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ruby, the Earthspark Grimlock, I believe, has a new robot mode head and maybe some other new part. It's the Cyberverse Deluxe, but with new toolings added to it, rendering it screen inaccurate, but slightly less screen inaccurate than like the Starscream. Anyway, at the Artist Alley, one of the first things I got was a pencil case. It was very cute, but also it was a way for me to hold things I was buying in Artist Alley. I like to think of it as my Artist Alley purse. So this is my little art purse that I got to keep art I bought in. I tried to, so I don't have a lot of the names handy right now, but I tried to take photos of booths while holding things I bought near them so that I could later on hopefully remember who did what, because, you know, as is the case in an artist alley at a TFcon, right? Like, not a lot of stuff has a signature on it. And that always bothers me when I get home, where I'm like, look at all this cool stuff I got, these stickers. Oh, where are they from? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of disrespectful to the artist. So I was trying to, like, better document what I was getting. I still missed a few, I think. You don't know their names. It's obviously Megatron. You're right. You're right. It's Megatron, Females, and Boombox from Transformers. One person I mentioned this to actually gave me an entire baggie for the sticker I was getting, so I got this, like, friggin' actually kind of looks like a weed bag. But they threw in their card with this so I could keep them together. So I saw this and I thought this is very funny. It's Love, Laugh, Lobotomy. I thought that was pretty good. And that was by Baby Girl Task Force. They are Baby Girl Task Force everywhere. But yeah, I thought this was great. I want to stick this on one of my quivers. Might have been a weed bag in another life. Eh, yeah, it could be. It's got the look, right? So anyway, these two go together. Let's another look at this in case you want to get a clear look at the artwork. What else did I get in here? Oh, one of these I cannot show you because that is a gift for someone else. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh yeah, the pin. So I was shown my Kami Oshi, right? Usually doesn't get Artist Alley stuff ever, right? But then it was pointed out to me. Someone had a pin, a really good-looking pin, of not just like one of my robot, whatever you call them, Stanleys. Not just of my friggin' Oshi, my Kami Oshi, friggin' Sunder as a pin. This, pull this out. This thing looks great. Like, look at that. We in focus up here? Yeah, look at that. I think that looks excellent. Yeah, very shiny. I wonder if I can... Let me fix my focus to go closer just for this stuff, because these are all smaller 2D pieces. Well, smaller pseudo 2D pieces, but if I want to get this close... There we are. So yeah, I thought that was just amazing. My instant answer to a hear me out when topical to Transformers, right here. This is my Transformers hear me out. And the texture on this pin too, like the I guess sculpting? I don't know, it just looks great. They had a deal on these pins where it was like buy 3 for 30, because otherwise they were like, I think 15 each or so, 12, 15. Anyway, it was a deal if you bought 3. So Bees wanted a Bumblebee, and so I picked out a third one. So this one's one that's going to go to my mom, because my mom likes RC. Yeah, Lee, I originally thought Hear Me Out was like, hear me out, I'm not kooky. And so my original answer to that was like, Kiss players. I can make the case. But then it was clarified to me what it was. So I said, oh, Sunder. Very quickly, I might add. So this is an IDW RC from the same artist. I don't have the B because that went to Bees. But I was very much like, number one, my mom likes RC. Number two, this perfectly suits my mom's current state in her chemotherapy recovery to go onto her hat. And I told her, like, I got you a just scowling, like, I ain't here to take no nothing, I'm gonna kick your ass RC. And my mom was like, good, perfect for my hat. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, these pins by the same artist. All the photos of the Artist Alley stuff are on my phone, so I have to dig around a little bit. Hopefully I can match all these up to a creditable name. But I thought these were great. In total, I spent $5 more in Artist Alley than I did in the dealer room. So I finally became one of those folks. Oh, where's my little thing? On Friday, someone in the lobby was selling these for $5. And so I got one to stick onto my quiver case for my cards. It's just like it's really cool. It's a 3D printed matrix, and they had it with a key ring or with one of these, you know, like spring latches. So I was like, well, I'm taking the spring latch because I hate key rings; they're annoying. But I like these. And then the artist was like, oh yeah, I should have just made more of those. I did not catch who they were though. So I really like this just hanging off of my quiver case. It was a great visual cue that it was mine. But I think this also looks really nice. Just as, you know, a little 3D printed piece. $5, severely generous price in my opinion. It's got just enough layering to go on that would make me want to go like, how many misprints did you have? Also, in the lobby, someone had a bucket of these and was just like, take one for free. I don't know who they were. I didn't catch the name. But this little thing, I wore this all weekend. And I got very attached to it. And like when I wore it on the flight. And then when I got home, it was before I finally went to sleep. I finally took this off. And I like felt sad. And I was like, cause like this little thing was like really, I had it on like this way. I had it on like the whole weekend, and I was like really attached to this. Like it felt nice, you know. I don't really wear bracelets that often. I was like, oh, this was really cool. Who was that? Did they have purple hair by chance? Maybe. It was kind of in like a bit of a bustle during Friday, but they might have. I know I saw other people wearing these. I got excited because they had one, you know, like purple and silver. So I was like, oh hey, my colors. Now my wrist is all sad and empty. Yeah, I was like, should I get into, not get back into, I never was confident enough. Should I just get into, like, accessorizing? Like, can I do one of these? You know, I got this cool necklace my brother got me that's got, like, a relevant Chinese character on it. I've got my one ring I have that fits. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I got my one ring I have that fits. Can I be an accessories person? I don't know. Does this rock with my style? Actually, this is a middle finger one. Yeah, it stays on there. I got weird fingers for rings. Yeah, I got the one ring. Yeah, I got this at a Con Bravo. Really well made. And the guy selling them was like, yeah, I don't know what it's from, but I don't know why, like, all of you guys are all wanting to buy one of these. It was like $20. I was like, dog, like, this is better made than the one they put with the equipment prop. Because it's actually made out of friggin' metal. But yeah, I got a Zaraba. It feels nice, actually. Like, the Zaraba, all things considered, right? Because I also got one of these that's just not sized right. I got this at PAX Unplugged in 2019. It's a 2D6 ring. But, like, it's loose even on my thumb. And I feel it's in the way all the time. Whereas this thing is way more, like, boobity-bobbity. But, like, it just feels very natural on there. It doesn't come off, stays on, you know? Anyway. What else? I was going to bring pins, too, to put on my jacket at TFcon. And I forgot to pack them. Because I got this great pin ages ago. And then I got this Extra Life one that I thought might be a nice little accessory. And I got this Yolkness one from the Yolkness artist Patreon. And I was like, oh, I got all these... I can rep. I got bits and pieces I can put on. Anyway. Yeah, it sounds like I'm about to bring punk to TFcon for the first time! What was I talking about? Yeah, more things I got. So I got this thing. This is just a really neat Tarn head acrylic keychain. Originally, I saw this, and it was one of those things you put on the back of your phone that telescopes up so you can grip your phone. And I was like, I never have had a phone gripper. And then I was like, well, wouldn't this hurt? And then I was like, oh, no, they're all rounded up here. This actually feels pretty nice. But then I was like, what if I get rid of my phone? And then I was like, how does it stick on? They're like, oh, it just glues on the back of the phone. I was like, oh, like, what if I rip it off or something? And then I saw they had a keychain version, and I was like, oh, I'll just take that. So yeah, I still don't have one of those things that goes on the back of a phone and goes boop. They said they even had like a MagSafe version, but it would be an extra $10. Yeah, pop it, whatever you call them. I was tempted by the MagSafe version, but then I was like, I'm only just starting to look through Artist Alley. I don't want to blow like $25 on a thing that goes that's the MagSafe onto the back of my phone. But I really like the art on this. The acrylic, I think, makes it look even better. I love acrylic art pieces for my keychain, so this was right up my alley. Also, this was great. This was a keychain that is a masterpiece scale version of one of those mouse pads with the 2 ergonomic bumps on it. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they make those really nice ergonomic mouse pads, but then, like, they often have, like, you know, there's ones you can get at, like, Staples that have 1 bump, but usually only at Artist Alleys. They have these ones that have, like, 2 bumps. You know, there's, like, some artistic reason behind it. So they had, like, a masterpiece scale version. I was like, you know what? I don't have one of those double bump mouse pads, and, like, this one I think is a really cool idea. So I got one. I thought it was pretty cute, you know, because it's basically Soundwave is back here, but then to represent that Frenzy and Rumble are both pushing their way forward, they're both kind of like, you know, they're shoving their way out of the picture. The effect I thought was really cute. And it is actually like, you know, soft mousepad material. They got little squishy heads because, you know, they're kind of 2 little dummies. They got soft heads. You can squish a little bit, poke them in the nose. And it's got like this, some stuff to peel off the back, but it's a keychain again. I just like keychains. Oh no, this is Soundwave. It's Soundwave, Laserbeak, and then Frenzy and Rumble, or Rumble and Frenzy. Oh, do they have one for Shockwave? Maybe they did. I can't remember. But yeah, it's masterpiece scale. So they had a photo even of like, you know, we'll just use him. 'Cause they had a photo of like a Transformer using it. I was like, oh yeah, you know, imagine his arms a little bit bigger. It's like those what? I don't know what Anime Boob is. Is that a brand? But anyway, I thought this was a cute way to represent, you know, the familial love that, you know, you find in the Cassetticons. Oh, here we go. Now we're into all the flat stuff. So I tried to keep cards together logically as best as I could. I don't know if I achieved... Nope, these actually were together, these 3. Okay, so I'll just do the stickers. Yeah, the order of this all fell apart really fast. Damn it. Anyway, one artist had a deal on little triplicate stickers, and I liked the look, so I got this little, like, animated Decepticon trio. My main place for stickers right now is basically my Quiver card cases. Because I've got one I've been building them up on, and I like the way it looks. So I thought these 3 made for a nice set. I think I got the last Lugnut. A couple of times I ended up just getting the last of a thing. Because it was the last half hour, I guess. Let's see. That's someone's card. Does this go with one of these? Damn it, it goes with one of these. Yeah, it's all mixed up. Alright, I'll just do the stickers and then I'll show all the cards afterwards. Somebody had, I think this is from the same place where I got maybe the bag, but they had this pretty sick, like, bust piece of Thunderhoof, and I didn't see any other Thunderhoof art anywhere, so I was like, you know, much like you know, catching my Kami Oshi here. I saw one of my other Oshis right here, and I was like, hey, hit me up with this. So I just thought that looked pretty good. Oh, Eve Tronia, yeah, my quiver is a card case made by Quiver Time. I just like their card cases. I don't remember buying this, but I apparently did. So I also got a cool Cosmos. I think that, yeah, I was trying to, from as many artists as possible, I was trying to buy, like, one thing. Just to, like, spread the love and pick up stuff that I thought looked cool. And this is relevant to, like, among other things, relevant to the Toymaker comic. Let's see, got a couple more in here. Oh, I was given this by the folks who do this, because they were one of the Artist Alley's tables. They are also the people who do the Swerves Bar podcast. I think I said, like, oh yeah, I'll hit you up on Blue Sky, and then I forgot to, so I probably should do that. And then, what was this? Oh yeah. Someone had an Elbat, so I figured, like, to celebrate, you know, Lyo Kaiser month, grab an Elbat. And then somebody else had just a friggin' gorgeous, Tarantulas face sticker. So I was like, hell yeah, that's just a good portrait. You can see the mouth parts. And I think these are just the cards now. Yeah, so. Right. So I got 2 cards from Darwin Rose Studio, because that's who was selling the Toymaker comic. So they gave me this card, and I was like, cool, that's your card. Then I saw they had an art print of, like, the one Hatsune Miku I care about, which was, basically, I was like, oh, dang, do you have anything smaller with that print on it? Because I can't safely carry an art print back. And they were like, well, one of my cards has it, just take another card. So they had this print. This is the only Miku I care about. This Kalnika. I was like, I don't see Kalnika art anywhere. I don't really look for it either, but it was pointed out to me by bees, and I was like, friggin' Kalnika here in my TFcon? So this is, you know, I guess as close as I got to getting an art print. This was for sale as like a full-size art print. I just had no safe way of carrying them back with my my lack of check luggage. Oh yeah, Sideswipe Prime, Darwin Rose. They were the main point of contact for the Derek Wyatt comic. So I was I was trying to get to their table on Saturday to get the comic, but it was buried under the lineup from the Etsy artist. Anyway, some pretty good Kalnika work here. That was pretty well done. Other cards I got. I think this went with because this looks like it's almost a branding crossover. That heart looks very similar. Anyway, you're guiding X. This is their card. This was Comical Carnival. Taya of Comical Carnival. So I'm pretty sure I only grabbed a card if I had got something from them. So that matches up with something that I got. Oh! I think this is who I got the bag from. Smokedopus. I believe. Oh, I didn't know that was a Kingdom Hearts reference. But yeah, Smokedopus had like a plush... I think they had a plush Shockwave that they were asking me to keep in the background of the shot. I have to check my photos still. I got something from Pickle. They are Studio Pickle. I can't remember what precisely I got from them. So hopefully I'm pretty sure I took a photo of a card with a thing each time. I gotta double check it, but they should all line up. And then we got Inalia's art. Inalia Kitsune. So there's all the relevant info that I have, I believe. I'm going to treat this Kalnica as one of the art pieces I got. So here's everyone's business cards in singular. Oh yeah. So anyway, that was kind of cool. And then yeah, I had this this delightful bag to keep it all in. Oh, I'm on super close focus now. Damn. It's already getting fuzzy. Yeah, I thought this was a nice bag for stuff. For the sake of not losing things, I'm going to put everything back into the bag. At least all the flat stuff. But yeah, that about covers my haulage for the TFcon LA. And so as the as the panel comes to a close, I will, I guess, open the floor to questions. If you have any questions from the audience as to the making of TFcon LA, let me see if I can flip through my phone. Go back to desktop for a sec. Where's Jobby? Well, he is in the back right corner of the dealer room is where you'll find his table. Did you have enjoyment? I did. I had, after I got through Thursday and all my travel woes and my burnt lip, the whole show was a joy. I had such a good time. The panels all went, like, swimmingly well. Like, I went on about it a little bit earlier, but, like, all the energy was, like, so good. I did not get to even say hello to Alex Milne. The whole, like, the dealer room was such a friggin' packed human ocean. The back wall that the comic book artists and the voice actor guests were all at, I kind of, like, drifted through it at a rapid pace, and I couldn't stop. Because there were too many people. So yeah, I didn't really get to say hello to any of the voice actors or any of the comic book artists. Did you cut your second BLTA before eating? Yes, I did. And it shot egg all over my... Like, it friggin... For lack of better terms, it shot a rope of yolk. Just... The moment I cut it. So I had to clean up my hand, and I had to dab up the yolk a little bit. Oh, here we go. Alright, so here's my Artist Alley photos. This is where I got the L-Bat from. There we go, you can see it right there. I mean, it's a little overexposed in this, but hang on a second. That doesn't help. Okay. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, you can see the L-Bat there. So this was from Arcade Bandits. I don't think they had a card. Or I missed it. Oh, right, okay, so the bag I got this... Yeah, the bag was from the folks who had the podcast. They also included a Heximus. And I think I got the other sign in another photo. Yeah, and then, I think that's the podcast. Swerve's Palace? Podcast? Swerve's Bar Podcast. Oh! Mongo Mango! You're the one who did the... Where is it? Here it is. These things. Yeah, I showed this off. Okay, so that's from Mongo Mango. Somebody in the alternate chat, type that, please. So I remember. Yeah, this thing was freaking... I had this stuck onto my card case the whole show. Oh, yeah, these were the kind of photos I was trying to take to remember where I got stuff from in Artist Alley. Okay, that's their QR code. I took that photo because I was like, I wonder if my phone is advanced enough to just recognize a QR code from a still photo. I don't think it is. Okay, so this was your Guiding X. They are where I got the Thunderhoof. Yeah, okay, they're where I got the Thunderhoof from. And something else, maybe? I know I did some multi-buys with bees, because bees was after, you know, bees. What was over here? No, it wasn't that. Anyway, that's some of their other wares they had. Chris Muse, I did not see a single goddamn hydropod in the entire dad frickin' dealer room. Oh, Mongo Mango, that's great. Yeah, those matrices were awesome. It sounds like it went pretty well for you as well. Okay, Smoke-to-Puss. Is this where... What did I get here? Oh, yeah, there was a tip thing for the most trustworthy medic. I appreciated that. Oh, okay, Smoke-to-Puss is where I got the familial... There you go. You can see the familial keychain that I got right up there. I was just pulling a different focus because I thought that looked cool. Oh, here we go. So from Pickle is where I got the... Okay, Pickle is where I got the pencil box, case box. That's where I got my art purse. What else did they have? I think they are also where I got my tarn head from. My keychain, the acrylic tarn head. Did I get it in shot anywhere? I can't tell. Okay, it was Comical Carnival who had the plush. Alright. So yeah, the Comical Carnival is where I got the 3 animated stickers from, and they were asking if I could... If I was taking a picture to get the plush as part of the background. Ignore that. That's a shot. The Tarn keychain has a nice rainbow effect when you take the protective film off. Hello? Because I already kind of saw the rainbow effect. I didn't realize there's film on the back. Oh, well, friggin... Hello? Oh. Oh, it's not. It's, if you can see me doing the trick, it's less. I was gonna do the like, you know, the thing, but it's like, you can see what I'm doing. Because upshots, right? Upshots. The most ugly angle you can take a photo of anyone from. So I try to lean into it. Anyway, that's very cool. Thanks for letting me know there was friggin' something to peel off the back. Thank you, Boulder. Because this is embarrassing, because there are things I buy that use acrylic cut stuff, and they always have this film in this color on them, and yet I did not recognize it. I'm putting that in my bag, too. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I tried to take a little shot, you know, just panning around Artist Alley, just to like get a little bit of a look at what it looked like. Just a quick one. Was this a clip? This was the rat rescue place. I wanted to get a shot of Terminate Man. I did ask before I filmed this, but I was like, do you mind if I get a quick clip of Terminate Man? Well, they had the one car robot. And it's the Machine Wars Mirage. They also had giant acro ear, I think you could have seen there too. Oh, yeah, there was I looked at the third-party cases exactly once. So here's the hot fresh footage I got. And then realized that all the rest of the cases were just Black Apple's military robots that I believe are already out. So, hey, I got a shot of the combined Iron Factory Lyo Kaiser. And then, you can't see it very well the way I'm doing this, but I caught the way that the LED pulses in the head of the Black Apple robots. I thought that was kind of cool. Oh, yeah, here's where the lines began intersecting, I believe. So this is us in line for the animated comic, and then the G1 panel line is starting to foment near us, and I also shoved a camera in Aaron's face. Here's me ready to eat Dimner. There's a BLTA. That's the BLTA that, like, shot Yoko over my hand. Oh! Yeah. There's also this delightful playmat. Make sure I'm not face doxing people that are not Aaron. I'm okay to face dox Aaron, it doesn't matter. But yeah, you won this hole. This is how we were playing Magic the Gathering Commander. Yeah, Shane, it was yours. Oh, here we go. Beautiful playmat. Absolutely beautiful playmat. Oh! You can also see back there, there's the condom and Pokemon machine. It had that weird medical glow. It was like, what's the unsexiest way you could buy a condom? In the hotel lobby from this friggin', cold-ass friggin' touchscreen operated credit card machine. Are those the golden arches? I don't think so. Anyway, you won. Oh no, here it is. Okay, so they also had Advil. I just remembered it as the condom machine. And there's your Pokemon. Oh, I think I have I have a clip of the pricing too. Here we go. Yeah, there was like some other stuff in the machine. It was forgettable things. You know, whatever an ad vial is. Exposure of the webcam and the phone screen are both playing together in a bad way. When this is in the vlog, you'll be able to see all the prices. Oh, you thought it was like one of those washroom ones. No. It's a fancy touchscreen machine. Oh yeah, there was a Lego set, but they were sold out. There was also one Lego set. This is what my talk to the camera bits are gonna look like. So, you know, get ready. I did the finger wiggle. And then all the rest of my footage from like 2:30 in the morning onwards is me shooting the packaging B-roll for all of the toys whose packagings I was going to ditch because I'm a pack rat for footage. So I got all this packaging B-roll of everything. And then here was the weed. Yeah, Godfather OG, I'm sorry. But as you can see, 2 of these were completely unopened, but this one had been ripped open at the top. But they barely used it. So again, someone just... They bought more than they needed. They were not respectful, or at the very least, they had hubris. They paid the price. I think I took a clip, too. There we go. Just a short one. For the vlog! Yeah, they were not demure. They were not mindful. Argonut, you don't keep the boxes. Oh, you should go into one of the VODs in the live tab. Check out anything that says box shredding. And check out the cool way that I open boxes. It's a very fun way. But also, yeah, I didn't have check luggage, so I basically had to unbox my entire haul of mostly just things from Ross that Bees had picked up for me and that Sideswipe Prime had picked up for me off Walmart during sales. And then shred them all down and stuff all the figures into a plastic bag and put it in a messenger bag and surround it with dirty laundry. Nobody wanted to look at it, so that was nice. Oh, here was the burger I got at Habit Burger and Grill. It was a pretty good burger. The fries they didn't suck. I feel mad that they cost money because they weren't very good and they could have been better. But that's, you know, that's how it goes. But yeah, also, if you want to see what I do to boxes sometimes, check out any Vox shredding. Actually, I think I have a clip. I think I clipped it just to make someone get really scared. Open my other window. Like, the fries, they looked more undercooked in that photo because of the way the exposure is playing. I can say they were cooked enough to be French fries. You know, they weren't like, you know, soft, mushy dog water. Like, they had a little bit of crunch to them. I just wish they had more flavor and more crunch. Oh, here we go. Let's find out though. Hang on a second. I'll tee this up. Weird visual, huh? Anyway, this should play normally. Yeah, Lee, you know, because because I've had undercooked fries. I would be more mean about those. They're completely edible. How do I put? There are fries that require ketchup, as opposed to fries where I might choose to put ketchup on them. Anyway, here's what I do to boxes. Let's find out though. Yeah, the mouth-washing devs have not. They have not been very like. Soon I will not be able to do this. More sales. They've been very like. No, the subject matter of our game means we don't want to have patience for friggin'. They're putting windows back on the boxes to stop me. There is, and having seen 2 playthroughs of it, it is a very well done piece. It's not going to work for everybody. It is kind of rough here and there, in terms of content and subject matter, but it is definitely on the, like Monday Adams said it, it absolutely is in the realm of being just a piece of art through the game's medium. Yeah, dig it. I always get too low pitched when I do my dig it. Let's find out though. Turn this down for you. Yeah, I mean, now the Age of the Primes is hitting, when we do our first Vox shredding with Age of the Primes, mark my words, I will give him my damnedest. Yeah, we're looping now. We're looping. Look at this little freaked out. He can't do anything about it. He can't stop me. Yeah, lean in a little bit more. Lean in. Hang on. Wait. Tastes younger. Fine vintage. Fine vintage. And they say I'm full of hot air. Oh, I'm getting so distracted by this. I am getting so catastrophically distracted by this. Anyway. I feel like I'm having a stroke. Let's go back to the face game. Do you have any questions? Now that we're in the winding down period, do you have any questions about TFcon LA? Maybe questions about conventions relevant to how I can convince more of you to show up at TFcon Toronto if you are able. Obviously, I was talking about this with some folks elsewhere, I think. It's a hard year for me to just go harder than most other years for me to go well, y'all gotta come to Toronto. Because it's I don't know, when did you get your passport if you're in America? But outside of the current times stuff, in the happier world of TFcon chatter, let me know if you have any questions. When can TFcon give basic badges to attendees? They used to, and then it just became I think it became a combination of a cost thing and people badge sharing. So they just do the wristlets now, which is whatever. I used to be more salty about wristlets until every single convention I went to started doing wristlets, and I was like, I guess it's like with autographs costing money. It sort of crept in, and I was like, huh, what? And then it just was the norm as part of that industry, and I was like, okay, well, whatever. How did my travels go? Thursday it kind of sucked, but the way back went great. So the nice thing was, I mentioned this at the top of the stream, they did pre-clearance customs when I went over. So basically, I very much had the luckiest version of things. I did customs in Toronto going over, and then did customs in Toronto when I came back. And I think that was the safest possible outcome. So I was fine. I didn't suffer from anything. Toronto's heavily dependent on what guests they have. No. Toronto is the best one because it's where I live. That's the objective fact. Like, you can check it out. It's in the Wikipedia article. Unless like those friggin' brainiac friggin' nerds took it out of the Wikipedia article again, in which case we'll get it back in there. Don't worry. But no, Toronto is objectively the best TFcon. I don't have to fly to it, so it's in the it's in the books. It's in the textbooks. You'll note many Canadians agree. But yeah, I would love for more people to come to TFcon Toronto this year, but I know that it is especially difficult. Much like I really want to go to TFcon Chicago this year, but I have to watch the news for a while to assess how safe I feel to travel to Chicago, unfortunately. And, that is not in any of our individual control, but I gotta keep an eye on things. Right now, it's not in the cards for me, just because right now, I want to know how more stories end regarding people who are under immigration, how do you call it, containment in what you could call a concentrated camp full of people who are sleeping in a large fluorescently lit room. I would like to know how those stories conclude before I put myself into those crosshairs. Because I was reading one of those on the way to my flight while in LA, which was a real, as I said before, collar tugger of a moment. TFcon LA, otherwise it went, as far as I know, it was mostly low incident as well. Like I heard there was at some point early Saturday, apparently there might have been there were a couple like chudlets who were like, I don't even know if catcalling is the right word. They were yelling stuff at a fursuiter, but they got run off as far as I know. By the way, don't be the friggin' little chudlet who's gonna in 2025 point at a fursuiter going like, what? It's generational knowledge now. If you want to do that, go back to friggin' 1997. At which point you'll probably just get punched in the face. Come to Portland, Oregon. We don't go. Portland has a really good donut place too. A little overhyped, but I like them. Voodoo Donuts. I had Voodoo Donuts once. I went to Portland once, over a decade ago, I think. But I really liked the Voodoo Donuts. They were nice. Like the trick was apparently you just don't go there with expectations. You tell them I want this many donuts, and you just take what they give you. They had the ones they had that were like breakfast cereal based. I remembered being particularly neat. Like the gimmick is pretty straightforward. It's use breakfast cereal as a donut topping, but you know what? The gimmick works. More people should do it. Oh, you know about Voodoo Donuts because of Grimm. I didn't know Voodoo Donuts got featured in any shows. That is cool. Alan Weaver, TFcon Toronto is only 4.5 hours away from me. Ooh. Perhaps you would consider. Cake donuts or yeast donuts? I like both. It really depends on what they're doing with those mediums, basically. I don't think I've ever seen Grimm. But if it was shot in Portland, that makes sense then, yeah. Voodoo was on like every Travel Channel show for a year. Oh. So other people found out. Okay. I hope their quality has remained where it was in, like, 2013. Cough, Blue Star's better anyway. Hot dang. Hot dang. Guess you want to meet at a TFcon. It's hard for me to say because, like, I don't really interact with guests very much. Like, how do I put it? If I'm not able to interview them, or then I don't really have much interest in autographs or photos anymore. I used to, but like I was going to conventions so much, I think that like I just lost the flavor for it. There's nothing wrong with it, obviously, but like for me, like a guest thing is more interesting to me if there's a chance for me to have a conversation with them, even if it's not an interview. Like to be able to like have an actual conversation, outside of the like transactional method that is, you know, more commonly the way that one interacts with a guest now. So I don't really know, because yeah, I would need to know what I could do with regards to that guest's presence, I guess, would be my answer. Oh, Lee, your mom was super into it, you ended up watching it with her. That's I don't remember what I remember the name Grimm. I remember it was around for a bit. People seemed to like it. It wasn't on my radar. Yeah, Chris, if you're going with a glass of milk with your donut, cake donut, absolutely. They bond perfectly. A yeast donut I like with a glass of milk, but I'm never gonna dip it. For instance, I'm gonna be doing bite sip, right? Argonaut, no, nothing to apologize for. Like, unless how do I put it? Unless you specifically have something to apologize for, there's nothing to apologize for. Just do your part and take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. PT, a Mounds bar is not a sprinkle. A Twizzler is not a sprinkle. A Jolly Rancher is not a sprinkle. Listen, I don't know what they purport them to be. I am calling them toppings. Sprinkle is a topping, but there are other toppings. I'm never going to say, like, oh, they put Frosted Flakes sprinkles on that donut. Then I would be lying to you. I would be probably telling a truth, but I would be telling a misleading truth. Any grails you'd like to find at a TFcon? This at LA, I was really, you know, Toy Fair was a week before, so it was on everyone's mind. I was really hoping to find some Korean robots. I got close. I found a bunch of Drive Head and a bunch of Machine Robo Mugenbein that was all loose for $30 a bag, but none of it really spoke to me, so I just let it all slide. My real grail would be a sub $100 Action Toys Machine Robo Steam Robo, the locomotive one that disappeared off the face of the planet after a month. Someone setting one aside for me and saying, don't worry, Vangelus from Internet, you even get to pay normal price for this. That would be my grail. Alex Silver, oh, you used my promo code, Marty Grangelus, this month for your latest Toy Hacks purchase? Really? You used, you? Really? You? Really? You used yourself. Hey. You used my Toy Hacks code, Marty Grangelus, for 15% off your order at ToyHacks.com in a way that supports my media making, and one could even say, feeds the machine? Well, nuts and shucks. That's great to hear. Chris Muse, trying to record all the remaining Beast Wars staff saying the phrase, "Can't talk beasties" is on for my friend's mom. That's legit. Oh, Grimm was like 6 seasons. Hot damn. Boulder, need to see what my little cousin did with his old Tobots next time I fly over. Yeah, they seem like they're pretty durable. If they're old, like, 2013 era Tobots. Or 2014 era, I can't remember when they started off, but like year 2, year 3 Tobots before that, before they had the weird legal thing where they had to pivot to Athlon. Those things were built to last. Lee Calba, I used your code for that sweet 86 Jazz sticker set. My code? Marty Grangelus, valid through the month of March 2025? Thank you. Degenerate Agent X. Never saw Beast Hunter's Cyberverse Commander class Unicron Megatron. Oh, dang! I know the one you're talking about. The way, like, the current state of a lot of Prime toys is in a weird interim where they are becoming retro. And yeah, I guess would that is that becoming like a harder to find piece? Because I know that's like tail end of the line. That came out, right? I'm pretty sure that came out. Mimicry, a Toy Hacks code before the last day. Hey, listen, Mimicry. I post this on the 1st in my community post and on my socials. You guys send a written letter to YouTube if you're not receiving the community posts, because I keep this stuff up to date in the referentiable. The Korean pirate boat robo, that is Black Hook from the first season of Metal Card Bot. Oh, I saw earlier, was there any word on a timeline for Agabus bringing Cardbot to, I guess, just America right now? Because I have heard nothing about Canada. It sounds like they are aiming for the end of year or something like that, like back half of the year, but my understanding is they have not yet confirmed Canada. Oh, Mimicry, Tumblr's one of the ones that I don't keep as up to date. That is on me, sort of. I guess I could. There was something. Tumblr had something happen where I was like, guess I'm abandoning this too, but I don't remember what. I could probably post the Toy Hacks code there, because I stopped posting the Toy Hacks code on Twitter because it's gone. So I could probably start posting it on Tumblr again. Okay, Unicron, Megatron. Sorry, I caught not in America. Okay. Just a few countries. Yeah, I guess I just remember the tail end of Beast Hunters was weird. I kind of just took for granted that toy was around, but I suppose that does fall into a rarity state, yeah. Oh yeah, well no. It's not 25. Prime is 15. Because it came out in 2010. Car Robots is 25 now. It's not yet the 2030s. It will be in 5 years, but it's not yet the 2030s. Yeah, no, Alan, yeah, Tumblr got abandoned when Yahoo bought it, but then, like, there was something else a year or two, like, because I think Tumblr was messing with, you know, as they all did. They're starting to poke around with, like, oh, we made up a funny name for generative LLM garbage, and I was just like, I don't know, I guess I'm out. I'm just 4 beers deep. legit. But yeah, Korean robots. The Cardbot thing being a toy fair, being like the first time since friggin' Me Card that any of that is being remotely confirmed as being brought over, definitely has caused a small resurgence. I will say, I was telling this to someone else. I was like, what was it? They were like, dang, is this going to be like an Agabus like financial gain thing? And I was like, to be honest, I think this is a bigger financial gain for AliExpress sellers right now who have stuff from Metal Card Bot S, which is the second year of Metal Card Bot. The stuff that they had at Toy Fair that they're bringing over is Metal Card Bot Year 1, which are, as far as I know, completely fine, solid toys. Year 2, Metal Card Bot S, by all accounts, are exponentially better toys. And a lot of them are floating all over AliExpress and eBay right now. And I have noticed that myself and many others have been eyeballing, if not already bought a bunch, off of AliExpress. So I think this is actually doing more favors for AliExpress sellers than it is for the Agabus distro thing. But Agabus distro is being built on the back of them having an English dub done of the cartoon. At a glance, it looks like Metal Cardbot's cartoon is shooting slightly higher than Toddler, because Hello Carbot and Tobot and Miniforce tend to shoot hard Toddler. Like, there are English dubs of them, and they're not terrifically engaging, in my experience and other people's experiences. The clips of Metal Cardbot, especially S, that I've seen, I think partly because a lot of the robots fight each other as opposed to large dinosaurs or weird blobs, inherently seems a little more engaging, but also Cardbot feels like it has maybe a slightly deeper budget on its production. Just slightly, but... Also, yeah, Boulder saying, it's fine, just learn Korean, it's easier than Japanese. Yeah, the thing I learned from all of the Korean robot toy oeuvre is that, like, it took me a year or two to realize this. They don't have katakana, but they do the katakana thing. They just use their one alphabet. And it works. And I'm like, dang, that's efficient. Because I know I can read katakana. That doesn't help me if I'm not seeing a bunch of foreign words, basically. So I would like to... someday it would be nice to learn the Korean alphabet, at least phonetically, so that I can do the same thing. GTL, Mini-Force shooting for Toddler is insane when some of their toys are physically bigger than the target demo. Tobot did the same thing. Quantron was, like, at least a foot tall, but it was meant for, like, 3-year-olds. A 3-year-old could bludgeon another 3-year-old into unconsciousness with a Quantron. Or Quatran. I always forget if it's Quantron or Quatran. Yeah, I mean, from what I've pieced together while trying to do YouTube searches, phonetically, sort of, it seems like the Korean alphabet would be, like, about as hard to learn as a katakana. Which, like, if you do drills, that stuff ain't that hard. I mean, generally speaking. Like, obviously there's going to be different, like, you know, levels of neuroplasticity or whatnot, like, you know, how you learn and etc. Is that the thing, neuroplasticity, or is that an X-Men term? I can't remember. I'm just thinking about, like you know, the way that one's brain is made of, like, a tacky, sticky, flexible material. Just be ready for every S sound to be a coin toss. There's 2 ways to spell it. Okay. Oh, okay, Lee Calbo. Well, the history I saw was that the Korean writing system was designed to be easily learned as an adult because they were replacing using Chinese characters. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Eric of Skull Island. Okay, my next question. Am I using neuroplasticity remotely correctly, or am I just, like... am I just picking at its etymology because it's suitable? I guess that's my other question. Okay, again, more yeah, Alexis Silver saying the same thing. JT Elm saying it's a young alphabet, so it's super logical. That makes sense. Like, that was always one of the things about Japanese that made it... I mean, not in taking it in high school, but, like, one of the reasons why I found it easier to learn than a Romance language is, like, Japanese is a very logical language. It's decodable up until you hit the kanji. And then the kanji sometimes are decodable, because sometimes they're just made out of hiragana pieces. But... oh, neuroplasticity is parts of your brain picking up the slack of damaged parts. Chris Mew says I'm using it right. Yeah, and I'm just thinking of in terms of, like, you know, the ways that one learns, right? Like, if you can learn by drilling an alphabet by using, like, a grid or, you know, for katakana, for instance, then, like, it's not all that bad. You just have to drill a lot. But, like, I know, like, there are some folks for whom drilling doesn't really take. And yeah, also, sometimes kanji is just leftover Mandarin. Which is, like... yeah, Japanese is... yeah, JTL, Japanese is logical until everything is except this one use. Yeah. Okay, Boulder. The idea is King Sejong decided Hanja, Chinese characters, was too much of a pain in the ass for the average person, so he designed something relatively easy for the average Joe to pick up. Okay. Okay, thank you, Erica Scullons. So younger people have more neuroplasticity, younger brains equals the brain patterns are less solidified. Okay. Yeah, like, you know, one of the screwed up things about the English language is sometimes you have words that, like, etymology-wise have all the right parts for a scenario, and then you find out, like, oh, no, that's a slur or something, right? I guess I'll say, not to say that I thought neuroplasticity might be a slur, but I was briefly like, I wonder if that's one of those terms that gets really misused, like, in the realms of, like, unintentional ableism stuff. Anyway, whenever I think I invent a slang term, that's what I always, those are some of the thought patterns I go through. Like when I thought I invented garfing, and it turns out I didn't. No, Alexis Silver, I'm much closer to the garfing rant, because, like, mine was good. Mine was really good. So for me, myself, I was like, garfing. The act of being unto Garfield. To Garfield it, right? Oh, I hate Mondays. Oh, I'm gonna eat all this lasagna and go to sleep. Oh, I'm gonna punch my roommate in the back of the head with a tire iron because I don't want to hear him talk. You know, Garfield things. That's all. Then I looked it up on Urban Dictionary. And it already stands for a term. It's a portmanteau for goon barfing. In which you both goon and barf at the same time. That is what garfing is. So I was like, well, you ruined it for me, I guess. Thank you, whoever invented that, for taking my beautiful little branded term. You know, Jim Davis himself would have signed off on it. And then you slap it together with the stickiest, smelliest portmanteau possible. Urban Dictionary is just like friggin'... It's like a sparring match every time I think I've made up a word. Because you have to be able to parse, right, on Urban Dictionary. Is this a real definition, or is this one of the BS definitions? Because, by the way, garfing had, like, 3 definitions. Only one of them seemed to be real to me. Goon barfing makes sense. I guess people do it. But, like, the other one, I don't remember what they were. Because they were so niche, so obviously somebody's friggin' ha-ha-hoo-hoo in-joke, right? Well, I'm trying to do dead serious work for the betterment of the culture, like turning Garfield into an actable verb, right? Jim Davis himself would have signed off on it. You have a good night, Simeon Scott. Anyway, yeah, you know, I try not to be heated. I try to remember the good times. Like when I'm in someone's hotel room with a group of people at TFcon, and I'm like, milk fic, and then one person in the room goes like, you can't know that! And then I find out they're talking about the Hannah Montana milk pillow, and I'm like, no, I'm talking about the milk fic, and they're like, you super aren't supposed to know that! And then, you know, everyone else is trying to Google it, and it's like, you're not gonna sort this out. Listen, to be fair, PT, I don't want to have stolen valor, alright? To be completely honest, I am fairly ambivalent to the concept of Garfield. Just Garfield comes up a lot in my life through my friends and my family and my coworkers, so I try to come up with some, you know, some jargon, so we can have some fun with it. Personally, you know, if I was standing over a volcano that was erupting, and there were 2 ropes hanging there, and one was Jim Davis, the author of Garfield, and the other one was, you know, an innocent child, I would pull the child up without a second thought. You know, no shade to Jim Davis. It's just like, you know, I certainly don't deify Jim Davis nor his work. If someone was like, oh, I'm so sorry I didn't get you a Garfield birthday cake, I'd be like, oh, it's fine. I don't really care about Garfield. I got no hate for Garfield, but like it's no skin off my back if I've been denied a Garfield birthday cake, right? Like I can't even remember the only things I remember about Garfield is there's Nermal, and Nermal gets shipped to Abu Dhabi, and that's all I remember. Oh, and Garfield's mom lives in an alley, and he met her once, and it was vaguely emotional, and then they stopped. And then there was that time that they made the Garfield comic book an analog horror for like a month. because Garfield woke up alone in an abandoned house, and it was like, oh, what if this whole thing was like a terrible dream? Garfield is starving alone in a house, dying, but then they stopped. I never even went to the Garfield restaurant, and I lived in Toronto. I live in Toronto, in fact. No, yeah, Tim, nobody wanted to, I mean, I briefly brought up soaking in conversation at TFcon LA, but it was mostly to, you know, lay out my thoughts and feelings about the illegitimacy of it. It was only brief. Man who is ambivalent to Garfield knows quite a bit of Garfield. Listen, I'm surrounded by Garfield people all the time. What am I supposed to do? Just plug my ears? You know, I want to be open. I want to be receptive. You know, I'm a good listener. I sideswipe prime. No, I'm just talking about how, like, you know, they took it from me. I invented a better Garfing, and then it turns out there already was one, and it was all sticky and weird and smells bad. And, like, I had a better one. Well, yeah, Tim, because it was a good word, and the people demonstrably recognized that, like, you know, the Garfielders of the world, I guess we can't call them the Garfers of the world, deserve some good shorthand, you know. Yeah, Shane, like, you see, this is how everyone got spared at TFcon LA. I got waylaid playing card games and stuff, so I couldn't walk up to the drunkest people and just start, like, laying into them, right? Yeah, don't look up Charizarding. That's don't do it either. It's too dangerous. But soaking is a long-held tradition of generations of noble Mormon teenagers. Yeah, teenagers. They don't know any better. But, like, you know, even, I'm going to say this. Once they're past 16, they should know better. Okay, because they got object permanence at that point. Not to say they don't before, but there's a lot that doesn't make sense of it. I mean, they don't have yaw novels, right? About outsmarting the biblical rule, so that you can, you know, like, get a quick change of underpants before arriving at purgatory or whatever, the void or whatever they got. Do you mean the reveals at the third party? I didn't go to the third party panel, but the bit I liked was New Age calling their Sunstreaker and Sideswipe Dick and Willie. I thought that was pretty funny because those are both penis words, and you know, it's because one's called Dick and the other one's called William, but obviously, you know, it's supposed to be Willie because. Because then you can get the people doing their YouTube reviews of them going like, yeah, I'm here to take a look at New Age's Dick, I guess they're calling it. Oh, I don't know what that could mean. Actually, you know what? Do me a solid. Make sure that the toy reviewers understand that the William is supposed to mean Willie as in other dick. Okay? Because I know there are going to be some toy reviewers who do not get it, and it's going to be like, I don't know why they're calling him William. I don't know. You know, in the same breath, they're like, huh, Dick. And they're going to look at William like, oh, I don't know. I don't get this William thing. Make sure they know, okay? For me. Because I can't get out there and disseminate this kind of important information all by myself, so I need to rely on you, the community, to ensure that we have a good Dick and Willie discourse once those toys are out. Okay, I don't want any hazy, you know, vagaries or people who don't, because we don't have time anymore. Not in this era. Okay, we got to get to the point. I'm doing this. We got to get to the point. Sorry, Boulder, you're right. Dick Source. The Dick Source is something unrelated. That's in my fanfic. Oh, you know what? To close this out, I won't show you any, but coming back from TFcon LA did alight an old neuron in me, among other old neurons. I started writing a fanfic It's just going to be short. It's going to be like 5 chapters. But it's getting some old fanficky ideas out of my brain. I just suddenly had the inspiration a couple of nights ago. And I was like, you know what? What if I just write a chapter 1? What if in my brain I structure out, this will be what the 5 chapters are. So I got chapter 1 done. I'm writing a chapter 2. So I'm there. We're finally getting it out there. Once it's all done, once I get it, properly vetted by authorities on the matter, I might see if I can get a little audio reading done of it, because I have professionally done audiobook style readings before, so I'm all set. Just 5 chapters. Yeah, it's because to me it's a 5-part story. So chapter 1 is all done now. It's called Perfect Fit. I didn't want to have a Transformers fanfiction called Transformers: Words, because everyone does that, and I'm a tryhard. I can confirm there is no garfing, nor soaking, nor milk in the fanfiction. It is very it's very psychological. I'm messing around with some stuff I used to do when I wrote fiction for my City of Heroes character Shin Sector. There is no sequel planned. I was actually thinking about whether there's room to do a sequel to it, and I feel like maybe that loses the punch. It's gonna be a real. It's all of its potential knuckle to the jaw is gonna be in the 5 chapters. Dick Miller was in Gremlins and Demon. Is Demon Knight the Tales from the Crypt movie? Because of its marketing when I was little, I only remember that movie specifically as Demon Knight, a movie from Tales from the Crypt. So whenever I see Demon Knight on its own, it takes me a second to associate it. Dragon Shield Perfect Fits. True. I'm not disagreeing with that. But yeah, I was really happy because I was like, dang it, I still have this among. I have 2 main fiction ideas in my head, and one of them is really simple. I was like, maybe I can get the simple one out, and then it started to flow, and I was like, well, here we go. First chapter already is content warning for plenty of violence. Someone gets very slowly skinned in chapter 1. I'm trying not to slap it right into just oh, it's from this continuity. So I'm just pulling a bunch of words. But I was trying to figure out what's a good word for Transformers skin when it's been pulled off. So I went with epidermal plating, so that you reveal the subdermal plating, and then you get all the energon and ligamental oils pumping out because you peeled the veins open. So I my Transformers fiction ideas are always very much rooted in some kind of body horror. So I wanted someone getting skinned at first. It's mostly to have material to write a message on a ceiling, because that's what you do. But yeah, it'll be wherever I put it, it'll have it'll have a whole warning and stuff. But I figured Transformers have energon for blood, right? But then have oil for ligaments to work better, so as you can have the energon being purple, and then the one being purple, one being green, because I thought those are 2 good colors that play for splatter. Bionicles have a substance called protodermis. Really? I'm never gonna get to the point where I would have a Bionicle fiction in my head, but for various reasons of what I know about how I like to do storytelling, I do like to know the terminology for outer layers of skin of various different fictional creatures. For instance, did you know, because this apparently was in Jim's GoBots panel, and not many people know this, the GoBots are cyborgs. So GoBots have meat parts under their metal, canonically. That's why the Tom Scioli GoBots comic, I was like, it's okay. But it's so let that thread just go, when that is the place to go when you're writing new GoBots. Get into the fact that they are heavily modified organic beings. Because GoBots are basically like, they're meat parts wrapped in a transformer, basically. Yeah, and it's why, like, the fact that the GoBots have a thing called the disassembler, right, is completely screwed up. I'm so happy Jim Sorensen had that in the panel, because I was like, especially after Tom Scioli's book made the existential horror a lot more about, like, you know, long passages of time and, like, you know, like, creator crisis and stuff. I was like, we're gonna forget the fact that the OG GoBots were meat robots. Which also explains why they transform so simply, right? Degeneration X. If I had a nickel for every time a convention stream devolved into body horror fanfic, I'd have 2 nickels. Just a lot, but weird to happen twice. I mean, I will keep adding to the count as much as I can for the sake of my industry. Right, Tim says, Protodermis IIRC is like either water or a toxic waste in a comic book, morphs you into something new. Oh, okay. Yeah, GoBots have a lot of real, like, if GoBots was the one that won in the 80s, we would have a very different, but just as fruitful history of derived fiction from GoBots. GoBots has a lot of really cool stuff. Wave sign. That's why Bugbite in the Club Fiction didn't die. When his head got blown off, he kept his brain behind his windshield like the original body. Yeah, that's solid. But yeah, I was always thinking about stuff like, because the GoBots obviously have a sense of touch, demonstrable in the cartoon. So, like, did their old nervous systems evolve into their metal dermis? Or was part of their GoBotization, like, literally weaving their nervous system through all the metal? Because back in City of Heroes, one of my other characters, my self-named character, Vangelus, was a little, like, nuclear reactor robot. And his whole thing was he was also, like, a horrific masochist. Because the idea was he had, like, an artificial nervous system specifically so as a mechanical creature, he could still feel pain. And so, because he had a nuclear reactor in his chest, the idea was he would feel a perpetual burning from the nuclear reactor to kind of keep him in a sort of satisfied, stated sense. I never ended up doing all the storytelling for him I wanted to do, but he was a fun little guy. He's a little masochistic robot, like to dress up in a tuxedo jacket with a wig. Had a little opera mask. He was a nice little guy. But I like the idea of, like, robots with artificial nervous systems. And then I was like, well, then, yeah, what if you, like, throw in, like, a full-on, like, perverted masochist robot who's just like, yo, it's not like I can get hurt. It's all metal parts. I can replace them. It's just like, can I, like, I don't know, like, can I juggle knives or whatever? Bionicles are techno-organic. I vaguely recall hearing this, yeah. Because isn't it like they got the magic Bionicle moon that, like, you find out later is, like, a friggin' Bionicle repair station or something? I don't know. I heard all the major Bionicle beats before, and then kind of figured out when provided with the timelines, like, oh, I see why this was, like, seminal formative media for some people. Yeah, Chris Muse, I always need to have, like, something to make the character, you know, it's like the little, not a character flaw, I guess, but the thing that prevents the character from just being cool. And I figured, like, what better way to prevent little robot nuclear reactor Vangelus from being cool than, like, he is easily waylaid and sidetracked by being, like, a horrific masochist. Yeah, as far as I know, Bionicle gets super nuts. Like, there's videos about it. I've peeked at bullet point lists, because I was like, once I saw the timelines involved, I was like, there's no way this will ever hit for me the way it did for people who grew up on it. But I understand it. You know, it was around about when I kind of came to really understand Bionicle had such long-standing fandom, and I wanted to know why. It's like how recently I learned that, like, Ninjago has lore that's really long-spanning because, like, kids like ninjas, so Lego kept making Ninjago, but they kept writing more lore for it or something. Something in that order, if I remember right. You gotta watch the 13-hour. Chris Muse, have a good night. Yeah, they got like the Bionicle Unicron or whatever, and I don't know. There's like a big golden Bionicle toy that's like $600 that Toy Guy wants but doesn't want to pay $600 for. He said the name of it during the YouTuber panel, and then like a very specific but very clear and concrete demographic stood and yelled back at him the relevant names. I love it when Bionicle people connect at TFcon, because it's always like, I don't know, there's something very non-toxically Masonic about it. Yeah, it's like the one where like it's a big golden Bionicle that you had to like get in pieces, and like people sell the mask by itself for like $300 or something. Yeah, when Bionicle people get all their sockets and balls and click them together, as long as they are not lime green plastic. Okay, that's Mata Nui. That sounds like what people were yelling. So apparently at some point you could get like a big golden Mata Nui figure, and now that figure is like intensely valuable. See, I'm not really a Bionicle person. I have my second one here. It was gifted to me. But I pick up all this stuff because people like it, and I don't know, I enjoy people's eagerness. People being really into stuff wholesomely brings me a certain kind of happiness. It's something that really codified in me when, like, I burned out my cringe muscle, because I felt it was useless. And then I was able to more fervently enjoy other people's enjoyment of things. Oh, someone was telling me there's a city-branded Lego set, but it's got basically an Exoforce in it. That's like coming out. Anyway, this is a good signal to me to also grab the music. So I have been streaming for just a mere not even 5. We're not even gonna hit 5 hours. Short stream. Yeah, here we go. Oh, hang on, let me. Oh, Simeon Scott put a whole bunch of figures into a dab pose. Let me see if I can drag that in here. Thank you, Simeon Scott. If you see this in the VOD, there is the dab line. Yeah, Long was here. We're keeping it short now, kind of keeping it under control. But I'm going to start that music, I think. I have to just line my ducks. I did it. Hey, so... what fun we've had on this stream, where I went over a bunch of TFcon LA 2025 stuff. I got a bunch of panels to edit from it. Because Jim invited me out for the pizza thing, I offered to edit his GoBots panel, also because I want to see his GoBots panel. So I got 4 panels that I'm going to be editing, and I'm gonna also slap a bunch of my stuff together to form kind of a messy vlog, maybe with some narration or something. But that's what I got cooking as far as my media's post TFcon LA 2025. Next up in my grand plans, in May, I'm going out west for a Cherry Bomb toy show and to visit my mom again. And then there's TFcon Toronto in the summer. Those are the big touchstones. In the interim, I'm going to try to stream a bit more. I came up with a few more ideas for things to do with some folks. I might be trying to do a kind of not like a educational like series of slides, but kind of just the historical tour of all mini-cons with someone who knows a lot about mini-cons from direct exposure. And I think that could be kind of fun. Just an idea that I had. I talked with them about it at TFcon, and we're gonna see if we can give that a shot. I think it could be fun. Mini-cons, people like them. But other than that, I will catch you all around. I'm always on Blue Sky as Vangelus. My community posts are always updated, and this has convinced me to at least post the Toy Hacks code on Tumblr some more on the Vangeler. See if that's helpful for folks. And other than that, I will... what's this? Vangelus learning the Bionicle lore stream. Well, the problem is I already know bits of it, right? So I just must be pointing and go like, I heard someone say that. But if people really want to see that, like, I don't know, get a Bionicle lore expert in touch with me. I'd love to do a collab. If you know someone out there who has the pedigree, you know, we gotta keep the standards higher. We gotta get someone who's accredited Bionicle expert. I can't have some fly-by-night casual telling me the Matanui is a Toa Nuva or something like that. Anyway, I will catch you all later. Stay safe out there. Why did we go here? Stay safe out there!
Let them come.